What up, Dynasty Drafters in the house? It's Dynasty War Games' third annual Draft Day 2 Spectacular. And I am your host, Jesse Steven. Woo. Nice. And I'm here with our unofficial fourth stooge, Brian Ford. How are you tonight, Brian?
I'm doing all right. Woke up from my nap, was putting away some laundry. I'm like, are you sure it's 7:45? The Bills are on the clock. Here we are.
So if anybody is nice enough to join us early, I got the time wrong for the draft. So we're just hopping on. We're doing it. So 2 draft picks in already. And I have concerns, Brian. I have concerns already with round 2.
Okay.
All right, so Keon Coleman goes to Buffalo.
Yeah.
Here's my problem. It seems obvious that they're going to try to use him as an outside receiver, right?
You never know. Still got the rest of the draft. I mean, here's the thing,
really,
right? So with Diggs, he suffered from the lower ADOT under Joe Brady, right, toward the end of the year. So maybe they're gonna use Keon Coleman as that big slot that Matt Harmon wants him to be used as.
Yeah. Okay. Because that's my dream for him. It just makes so much sense. All right. So then the Chargers trade up. I guess the Rams didn't. Yeah. Chargers traded up to number 2 in round 2. So what's that? 34.
34. Yeah.
And took Ladd.
Did they?
Yes. So
that's good for Ladd.
Yeah, it's good for Ladd. It's good for Herbert. I think a lot of our concerns are now east, right? I don't know. You're kind of like this Ladd fan club Stan kind of guy.
Oh, Ladd's my boy. Yeah.
I mean, I started out like that. When I turned on the film, man, I was like, holy shit, who's this guy? And then as I steadily went through the film, I was like, well, where's all the catches? I mean, he's always open. Where are all the catches? So it's sort of an anomaly. He's definitely an outlier statistically, but man, all you have to do is look at it once and you know, right?
Yeah, all the people with his yards per route run numbers have big target per routes run numbers, and he's like didn't get the targets.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, so some concerns really eased, right? So you got kind of a what do we call Josh Palmer, a flanker? And now you have you have your slot guy, and you can move both of those guys around and stack formations, and one of them can be outside, one can be inside, but neither one of them. Hopefully, they still need kind of somebody to line up on the boundary, though.
Yeah,
and so Palmer can do a bit of that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all right. When you said they're definitely going to use Keon as an outside guy, the Bills, one of the first thoughts I had besides that Matt Harmon one as well, it's a deep class. There's outside guys. Right? So, okay, so right now you have Josh Palmer. What if next round you have Javon Baker, Jermaine Burton? Now that wide receiver room looks like at pick 69, for example. Like I took Javon Baker at pick 72 in a mock with the Debbie Royale guys. I was pretending to be the Jets or whatever, and I took sure, let's do it.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't know how far type 2 Mitchell is going to fall, right? Type 2 diabetes.
He's type 1, actually.
My bad. Oh, I'm sorry. So that's the childhood diabetes. So he's dealt with this his whole life. I'm sorry to make fun of him. He didn't do it to himself. It's kind of young to have.
And he's kind of not shaped like me. It's
or me. Cheers.
Yeah, I mean, this whole people are going to be surprised about how high he goes. Well, here we are, right?
Right.
So I think the idea that for me, Brian Thomas Jr. as a risky outside deep guy was a tier above Mitchell as an outside risky, guy. Like the NFL's telling me that. So yeah.
I had real concerns about AD. I'm on.
Or maybe it is. Maybe it is the coachable stuff with the diabetes that's making him slip, attitude stuff, effort stuff. But either way, I kind of bake that into the idea of like, well, I'm going to put them in a separate tier.
Yeah. I'm on record for saying I have concerns with everybody outside of, the top three. But with AD, they're just growing more and more as we're getting closer and closer. And there was nothing really easing my fears. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What management of his diabetes? Well, that should have been going on a long time ago. Like apparently he gets low blood sugar and lashes out at people. It's kind of a weird report.
You should see me when I'm hangry. I mean, not to belittle what diabetics go through. I was pre-diabetic for a little bit, but you should see me when I'm angry. I mean, when I'm hangry, like, when I'm low blood sugar, it's not good.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
And being autistic, we don't sense the hunger as well as some other people do. It's like,
is that true?
It's like interoception. It's how you perceive what's going on in your body. So hungry, tired, things like that, pain. We don't always pick up on it the way that a lot of other people do. Yeah.
Sex drive.
Interestingly enough, quite the opposite.
I'm not. That's serious. Like there's
a lot of us with strong libido. There's a lot of us that can, like my friend in Oregon. She kind of relates the idea that like she's the type of autistic that can take a lot of pain to some of her extracurricular activities that she does. So,
interesting. Okay, moving on. Pick is in for the Commandos.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, are you sure you don't want to
Yeah. I am.
I'm gonna get my drawer, get my gag ball and my handcuffs out.
So tell me, what was your favorite fit?
I love the complete non-acknowledgement. Just like moving on. I'm sorry. Favorite what?
Favorite fit in the first round.
Favorite fit in the first round. Are you talking about the outfits that the players wore on the red carpet?
No, some of those were pretty awesome. I like the pink suit personally the best, but no, the best team fit skills to team fit.
So it's hard because a lot of these guys, they were pretty chalky picks, and like Penix was the only curveball. I think Knicks in Denver. I don't like Knicks, but I think he's the point guard quarterback that Peyton wants. So there's a fit. Worthy's interesting because he can do a little bit of what Rice, Brown, and Hardman do, all in one package. And that's going to be interesting to see where he fits in.
If you remember a few years ago when they still had Tyreek and they had I can't remember his name, but he went to the Ravens right after, kind of a bounce around receiver. They had speed, right? They had speed.
Was that DeMarcus Robinson? Was that where he stopped?
DeMarcus Robinson. Thank you very much. Thank you. They had speed at receiver, and they ran these all goes, and they just would confuse the shit out of defenses. And it was before two high safeties was in vogue, so it's probably a big reason why teams started playing that to begin with. But Andy Reid knows how to use multiple speed receivers, is what I'm saying. So it's just, don't think of Worthy and Marquise Brown as overlapping skill sets. You can't have too much speed on an Andy Reid offense.
I mean, there's someone over the offseason was making a pretty good point. I forget who it was. I want to give them credit about how Andy Reid has only really had stud receivers who were studs. He didn't make stud receivers. But I don't know. When
Hill was a 5th round pick or whatever. I understand it was character concerns with him.
Sure, but is Andy Reid among those coaches where we say, okay, a player goes there, we trust that coaching staff? I'd say so.
Well, I will say no, not in the sense that he's like this amazing wizard of development, right? But he does know how to use guys, right? So if you're good at something, Andy Reid will recognize it and use you properly. All right, but if you're Sky Moore, he can't do anything for you. Sorry, I was wrong on that one too.
It's really weird because going into this past season, there's a lot of people.
I'm sorry. Are the Redskins still celebrating Darryl Green? Is he even still alive? God, who cares? Move on and make your pick.
Certainly that team name isn't alive, but
Well, they'll always be the stupid ass Redskins. They had a choice, Brian. They had a choice to respect their fan base and honor the history of Washington D.C. And then they just picked something stupid instead, right? I think the Blue Tails would have been perfect. Or I'm sorry, it was the Red Tails. My bad. The Red Tails would have been perfect. It keeps kind of like a theme going, but it honors their like an African American heritage. And like I lived in DC for quite a while, and every black guy that I ran into was not a Redskins fan. I'd ask him who they root for. Most of them were like they were either Dallas fans or they were like, man, I don't really root. I just kind of bet. I just root for whoever I bet on, kind of thing. But one thing they all told me was I don't root for the Redskins because they're racist. So why not try to bring yourself out of that a little bit and make amends?
When have billionaires ever done anything out of the kindness of their heart?
I hear you. Did you see that thing with the guy ripping the guy's hat off his head?
No.
I'll send you the video later. I don't want to get into it too much, but
was this another David Tepper incident?
You know what? I can't tell you exactly. Yeah, I think it was David Tepper. Yeah. As a matter of fact, it was just a complete ignorance. You don't touch a man's hat.
Wait, so the same owner that threw a drink on somebody also now more recently took off a person?
Yeah, I believe it was him.
Get this guy out of here.
Yeah.
These spoiled little babies.
So what was the biggest surprise in round one for you?
I mean, I guess it has to be Penix, right?
Sorry, outside of Penix.
Yeah.
That's chalk.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. Like, let's talk about it, right? Like, there's been 17 theories out there about why they did it, right? And
I've been at work all day. I haven't been able to scrub Twitter.
Neither have I, but I actually
not that I would anyway.
I actually rested a lot today, but so the team is like it's a succession plan, and we don't know the next time we're going to be picking this high, and because our quarterback is so good, so it's like we had to take a quarterback because our quarterback's too good to have us lose, so that we would need a quarterback, right? So that's like some people are saying that they may lose their 25 draft capital in this tampering thing. So this was kind of
lose a first, are they?
I don't know. So this was kind of an insurance against that. I like the chaos theory of they knew that there was other teams that wanted him because 3 teams were trying to trade up to get Penix, if we believe like multiple reports. What if they say, you know what? Now I can name my price. Right? I can jack up the price higher because I got the quarterback.
That's what your co-broadcaster last night, Gladys, was saying.
Okay. That'd be nice.
She suggested it.
Yeah.
She suggested it that, did they just drafted him to trade him, basically, which my initial thought is this is not the NBA. NFL teams generally just kind of don't do that. But, I mean, it's a new world. Everything's possible now,
All right, so are the Patriots going to take a wide receiver here for Drake May? Or what do we got? A tackle?
All the good tackle. Well, I guess Rosengarten, but I like all the really good tackles are gone.
I don't know. Honestly, once we're in round 2, I know almost nothing about any non-fantasy football player. Yeah,
I have a little bit through like the end of round 2, but then that's it for me. I don't go deep on defensive players. I wait till the Eagles draft one, and then I do my research on them. I don't want to do a research on 100.
There you go. Oh, there's Polk. Okay, so the NFL does like Jalen Polk.
They like that is such a New England pick. God, who does he remind you of on New England?
Pop Douglas.
No,
Kendrick Bourne.
I was going to say Jacoby. I was going to say Jacoby and Myers, but he's
okay,
not there
yeah. So
just a good player, not flashy at anything, but just a good, solid football player.
I'm surprised he went this high. I mean, I know Peter Schrager. I definitely like it for May. I know Peter Schrager had him mocked to like 32 after he talked to some people, so it's only a few picks off. So hats off to Peter Schrager on that one. But I'm surprised. I don't see it with Polk. Strong hands, pretty good size. He's going to be a move the sticks possession receiver. I just don't know that you take that in round 37. Like, there's no dynamic athleticism. There's no crisp route running. There's no explosiveness and juice. I mean, you pretty much like kind of have small like slighter versions of poker. Well, okay, yeah, and that's important for a young quarterback. But is it pick 37 important for a young quarterback? I don't.
No, probably not. But I mean, it's just such a New England pick.
It is.
It really is. Just take the workman like lunch pail kind of guy and make it work. He's bigger than Pop Douglas.
Yeah. Pop Douglas is small. I meant more as like a possession, guy who's going to an intermediate kind of just like how they'll use him kind of thing. Yeah. Because he's not going to play X or flanker. Well, X probably not at all, and flanker not much. I don't think. I just don't think he's got it to be on the outside consistently in the NFL. So I think we're looking at mainly a big slot, and I just think that you kind of have that in some form or fashion.
Well, no, I think he and Douglas have different skill sets, and you can move them around and interchange them. Too bad they don't have Devontae Parker to man the boundary anymore. I'm sorry, I couldn't even get it out.
Hey, what about Tyquan Thornton?
Oh yeah. I mean, he's just a speed guy that can't really beat a press. So apparently, really, I guess what you'd be hoping for is that Kayshon Boutte became your big outside receiver, but that's never gonna happen.
Apparently,
but again,
up Thornton.
Okay, so he made himself slower.
He weighs 4 pounds now.
But again, there's a million X receivers left in this draft. That's one thing that this draft has: big guys. Something that we've been lacking in years past. So, but and we've been talking about how the boundary receiver isn't really that important, especially in fantasy anymore. But it is important to an NFL team. They need because they need one wide receiver absolutely has to be on the line of scrimmage, and that guy's going to get pressed a lot. So you need a guy that can beat the press and not just be, an afterthought, just something that defenses can ignore. You need to at least have the threat of someone that has to be double teamed sometimes.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You can't just have coverage rolled all over to the rest of your weapons on a constant basis. You have to have a boundary receiver that can at least hold his own. I do think that Polk can do that from time to time, but not on a full-time basis.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
He's just not going to be able to win consistently against press and some of the bigger, more physical. Like against Jalen Ramsey, he kind of has no shot. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He's gonna beat the shit out of him, and by the end of that game, he's gonna wish he never even met Jalen Ramsey.
Well, I think most people who meet Jalen Ramsey wish that. So I guess besides Penix, it would be the Bowers would be kind of a curveball.
I like the Bowers
to the Raiders. I don't think it's bad. It's suboptimal, but it's not like terrible. I think also people are overreacting to Michael Mayer. It's
devaluing him. Overdraft. It's the first overdraft that we've gotten this year. You know what I mean? Like they took Mayer just last year, and now they're taking another tight end high.
Oh, you mean drafting over the guy? Okay, yeah, it's okay, yeah.
No, I don't mean
a reach.
A guy too high. Yeah, it's not a reach. It's they're drafting over another player. Draft over, not overdraft.
Yeah, and so I think people are going to overblow the Michael Mayer situation, and then I think there's probably going to be an overcorrection to what I said last night, which is like they play two different positions. And the truth is probably going to be somewhere in the middle where we don't see enough out of Bowers' rookie year to really make us. I mean, it's possible, sure. but certainly, dinging enough of Mayer's route participation, right? Because so that it kind of hurts them both. The thing is
kind of a Knox Kincaid situation.
Exactly, but when you're in the red zone, it's gonna be. Is it going to be Mayer because you need to at least look like you might be running, or is it are they both going to be there? Because Bauer's just a weapon. He's a wide receiver. He's out there all the time. Like, right. I don't know. So it may discount Bowers to where now he's going to be in the 107, 108 as McCarthy moves up into like, I mean, some people have him at the 3 already, but 4, 5, 6, you know. Yeah.
2 tight end is common in the red zone.
Yeah.
Especially inside the 10. So. I will say I do like Bauer's skill set matchup with Gardner. I don't even know that Gardner's going to be the quarterback, though. And I really don't I don't have any evaluation on AOC. So Aiden O'Connell is just someone I didn't pay any attention to last year, and then he just kind of jumped on the scene.
Vanilla game manager that kind of, you know, tripped over his dick into some starting reps. You know?
I mean, if Gardner throws enough picks over the middle, we could see AOC instead. Something tells me that we might go back and forth between the two a couple times.
Do you remember one of the nicknames you once had for Gardner?
No.
Noodle Arm Minshew, I believe, was
Noodle
what you
Arm
called
Minshew.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about right. What was that as a prospect?
I think you were just. I think once he got on. I think when he was on the Eagles, you were calling him that.
We was in the Eagles. Okay.
Yeah, I think when I was trying to trade him to you when they're in the fantasy playoffs, I think you were calling him Noodle Arm Minshew. Yeah.
It must have been what it was. I mean, he is, but he's just got balls of steel. He's like noodle arm and giant meatballs. It's an Italian dish.
Noodle arm and giant. Okay, I like it. Let's do it. Put it on the menu.
We'll put it on the menu. Well, if anyone's, I'm going to throw this out there, man, but just patent pending, copyrighted pending.
Yeah.
The wife.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a chef special at Farmhouse Greens next week. That's.
Yeah. The wife and I, as a retirement plan, have thought about opening a place called Noodle Balls. And we just serve different kinds of noodles and balls.
So noodles in ball form? Is that what you're...
No. Noodles and balls. Right? Separate from each other. But those are the only 2 things we have. And sauce, obviously. You got to have some sauce and maybe some cheese. That's it.
There would be a variety of... The balls would be like beef and pork and lamb and vegan from when I visit. And
I'll keep a freezer burnt couple fegan balls in the back for you.
I might have some freezer burnt falafel. Actually, I should probably cook soon.
How do you in the oven, or do you deep fry it?
I don't really have the ability to deep fry here, you know. So it's
and you shouldn't inside your home anyway. It leaves a smell that never goes away.
What am I, a fry cook? Like, you know,
exactly.
I mean, you know, I did the ADHD thing where I tried out like an air fryer and it was all about it for 2 weeks, and then, you know, now it closed.
I am still all about my air fryer.
You want one? 7 quarts.
I have one. 7 quarts? Yeah, absolutely.
It's a big one.
You mail me that, and I'll mail you a vegan ice cream sandwich.
Deal.
Nice. Rams are up.
But air fry the sandwich first.
You think this is too high for Jatavian Sanders or Ben Sinnett?
The part of me that has been touting Colby Parkinson for 2 weeks wants to say yes.
The part about the draft that drives me crazy is that they have to parade in and out all these people that either were part of the NFL or are, I don't know, have a disability or do some charitable, whatever it is. I don't care. It drives me nuts. Just tell me who the pick is. All right.
Yeah, you don't get 200,000 people there if you don't have the pageantry. And 200,000 people there that catches checks.
But is that the pageantry we want? Can we get something better?
Okay. Would 200,000 people show up to just guys at a desk handing in a card?
No, but if there was a lady, you know, maybe in a suggestive outfit with some tassels.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Just do something for me here. So the highest person I've seen on Polk is actually Chad, my co-host.
Not surprising. He likes boring, bad players.
Oh my God, that's awesome. He'll be here in a little while to defend that.
Like Keon Coleman and Michael Penix. So he's having a day, man. He likes Penix, Coleman, and Polk. He can have them.
Yeah. I mean, he's just going to be strutting around everywhere when he comes on, by the way. So just to reset the opening a little bit, we are going to be staggering this tonight. We've learned our lesson from past years where multiple members of this podcast were like literally asleep on air, and Brian had to close it for us. And I think Memphis had to carry for a little while last year. So we're staggering this year. Chad and Austin will be on a little later. Mike Casper, the ghost, claims that he's actually not going to ghost us. Oh, I believe the Eagles just traded up. Pick is in. Wow.
Who are you hoping for? What, even a position or?
Lad's gone. I wanted Lad, and I thought Polk would be good too.
You got a corner in the first, right?
Yeah. Cooper DeJean would be amazing.
A lot of people have him with first round talent. Like, you know, for people watching, by the way, who don't know, the NFL looks at draft capital in buckets of like 1 to 20, 20 to 50, 50 to 100, and then it's like 4 and 5 together and 6 and 7 together. So we make a big deal out of day 1, day 2, and day 3. That's not really the way they think about it, even though sometimes we plug it in that way in like our, like, you know, all day 2 wide receivers who are under 6 foot, blah, 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 right? Really, the NFL doesn't think much different of any guys that are picked now that were picked 21 when Miami picked the defensive lineman. You know, it's just kind of, that's the way it is. Yeah.
So the Eagles traded both of their second round picks, 50 and 53, which I thought, I kind of thought coming into this that was a lock, that there was no chance they were taking both of those picks, that at least one of them would be traded.
Makes sense with Howie.
And yeah, that's what he does. I mean, I feel like it was killing him to not train up for Quinion last night, just to like sit there and like bide his time. And like, I'm sure everybody around him is telling him, like, come on, Howie, just chill out, buddy. He's gonna fall to you. You know, one of these 3 players is gonna fall to you. But anyway, yeah. So I thought it was a lock. We also traded 161.
Well, and did you get anything back besides 40? I mean, it's only 10 spots outside of the first round. That's not cheap, is it?
Let's see. I haven't seen. Let me see if I can find the whole trade. Oh yeah, we did. We got 78. Okay. So we got 50, 53, and 161 for 40 and 78. So we got a third. So instead of 2 seconds and a fifth or whatever that is, we got a high second and a third.
Do you know what my favorite part of the NFL draft is right now? I watch on YouTube TV, and whatever the timing is, there's these little pockets of nature sounds. Like between the ads and when the NFL is ready to come on.
The moment of Zen.
Oh, it's great.
It's beautiful. Sometimes it's just like a fall scene with leaves dropping, and it's so nice. And like, you don't always get it, but like when you see the skip button on YouTube TV, man, hit that sucker. You get a moment of Zen. It's beautiful. So the other thing I'm thinking here is Jackson Powers Johnson Powers Jackson, whatever his name is.
Oh, he's still around. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, if they don't pick him.
Well, we took our center already in Cam Jurgens. But he started at right guard last year and was pretty good.
And so have JPJ guard. I don't care. You beef up that interior. You run that gap duo. You know, you people with Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. All right, yeah. So 161 is a fifth. Oh, and we get 152. I didn't see that part.
Okay.
Oh, that's a huge win. That's a huge win. That actually, I think, is plus value on the Eagles side, which is a little odd.
Get out your Jimmy Johnson trade chart.
Trade chart, yeah. Who's this coming?
Brandon Graham.
That is one beautiful suit. Do you see that?
That's
that is
nice, yeah.
Sparkly midnight green suit. Man, he is looking good. That is the best.
Would you call that jade? No, not jade. Emerald?
No, it's midnight green.
Midnight green is what you call it? Okay.
Yeah, that's what the Eagles call it, and that's what I'm going to call it.
I'm sorry. I did not know that.
Yes.
I didn't know that there was any green involved in midnight. I know there was black and blue, but, apparently the Eagles don't know what the hell they're talking about.
If you think that, you can, but, I mean, yeah. I was going to rip on you for being a Jets fan, but you're not, so.
Kelly.
I don't need Sleeper sending me spoilers.
I don't have those notifications on.
I don't know how to turn them off. What do you think about that? I just figured out how to turn off the stupid NBA notifications like 2 days ago.
Hey, it's your boy Cooper.
Is it?
Yep.
No way. Bang! Woo! Wow. That is awesome. Holy shit. That is going to be a feared secondary right there.
Versatility.
Yeah, I mean, so with their first and 2 second-round picks, they get Cooper DeJean, who people thought they might just take at 22, and Quinyon Mitchell, and a third. And they moved up in the 5th. Cool, I'll take it. Wow. All right.
You got 2 people who were scouted as first-round talents in the secondary by a lot of industry people, and a couple industry people had DeJean, if you're going to call him a corner, as their CB1. So you got 2 guys who were like in the running for CB1. Like, you're doing pretty good.
And what I think he'll be is just a kind of a hybrid. The way Fangio's offense works, I believe he does this. I know Rich Gannon did it. I believe it's the same with Fangio. Is the safety and the nickel corner, one of the safeties and the nickel corner are mirror positions. So either one could be playing the slot or dropping back out deep. So you have CJGJ that can do that. That's a hybrid player as well. And now you have Cooper DeJean that can do that as well. Plus, he's a bigger, more physical guy to cover the slot against the big slots and, can come off this guy and stop the run as well. It's a beautiful fit. I really, really like it. And then you have Mitchell on the outside, and James Bradbury can go pound sand.
Up the Rio Grande.
Thank you. James Bradbury is so bad at playing cornerback, Brian. How bad is he?
That they didn't even put him on the graphic on the NFL Network of that he's on the Eagles defense.
That Jackson Smith in Jigba had his only highlight against him last year.
Oh, the JSN slander.
Yeah, he made JSN look good.
Kool-Aid. There goes Kool-Aid to the Saints.
Okay, I forgot about Kool-Aid. I'd rather have Cooper. Kool-Aid's an outside corner.
So let me. I'm going to ask you what you think of this take from someone whose opinion I generally, respect, even if I disagree sometimes. JJ McCarthy, right? So obviously there's great landing spot, that sort of thing. People are kind of pumping him up as, he's even above Daniels in May now as QB2, that sort of thing. So the thesis is that the capital that they used to move up was like nothing. They only had to move up the 1 spot, which means there weren't a lot of people calling the Jets, or maybe the Bears were locked in on a Dunze. But like, in other words, like the price being really small shows you that Denver behind them was like, no, we'll be okay with Knicks. Like didn't go up for McCarthy, and Las Vegas didn't trade up for McCarthy, even though they had fewer chips, both teams. Like,
I think Vegas tried it and just couldn't.
Is it did he go to the team that liked him the most? Period. And it happens to be a really good fit, and so we're cool with it. I kind of think that some of that McCarthy stuff was smoke, and I think it was kind of proven a little bit last night when he dropped down to 10. So I like the fit in Minnesota. The weapons, the system, the Darnold in front of him, play action, like he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Yeah, it's the perfect landing spot for him. It really is.
You got to learn how to throw left, but it's
if he's going to succeed, it's going to be there.
Zoolander at quarterback.
Looking back at it, though, when you look at the quote from him the day of the draft, when they asked him what was the most likely spot for you, he said the Giants. I've spent the most time with the Giants. I'll probably go with the Giants. Yeah. When you look back on that, it seems like all of that Giants JJM at 6 smoke was agent driven.
I think
agent and player driven, not team driven.
I read a report that they tried to trade up to 3. I don't know if it was for McCarthy. It was probably for May.
No, they wanted Drake May.
Yeah. So,
did you see the video of Drake May interviewing where he sounds exactly like Eli?
No, I didn't hear that.
My God!
I heard they asked him about quarterbacks, and he didn't name one black quarterback when they asked him about he named 5 quarterbacks, and they asked him, and he just kept saying, "No, Josh Allen. I like Josh Allen. Like he's just some kind of good old boy. I don't know, but yeah."
He literally has the same stupid, slow sounding.
And there go all the listeners underneath the Mason-Dixon line. So there you go.
We're about to get that back in just a few minutes, actually. One of my good friends, David Krotz, is going to join us, and he is a good old boy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't believe I've met David.
No, you have not. He runs my home league. He's somebody I've known for 20 years.
Okay.
30 years, something like that.
Okay.
So 20 years. That's about right. Yeah, David's a good dude. Like I said, he runs my home Dynasty league, so he got me into Dynasty.
Oh. So we have him to blame.
Yeah, exactly. And he got me into Dynasty, and then I just got completely obsessed with it and completely just passed his level. Even though I can't win that league for shit. I didn't even make the playoffs in that league last year. In my defense, I took over the worst team in the entire planet and then promptly drafted Jalen Reagor with my first pick ever.
And how'd that work out for you?
About the same as drafting Cam Akers with the other first-round pick I had.
Ooh.
Actually, that was my second year. I'm sorry. Josh Jacobs was my first.
That was my second. But I think that if I remember correctly, the one I joined the year before the startup was after the draft, so the rookies were already in it, I think. Yeah. So my first rookie draft was that class, that JT class.
And just as I talked him up, man, he texts me. He says his wife's being an ass. He needs a rain check. His wife's name is Marley. How can she not be cool? Right?
Are you sure he's not referring to his dog?
No, it's his wife. Her name's Marley. All right, so no David Krotz. No David Krotz. That's a shame. But we will have Austin on later.
Yeah, that checks our.
He's from.
I forget from when we. Did he like Leggett from last time I talked to him was that mock we did? So he's cool.
Well,
with
he had him 10th.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Let's see. He had him going 9th off the board, and his 10th overall receiver.
That's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people had Leggett somewhere between 8 and kind of where I had him at 15.
Yeah, I'm coming around on Leggett. I have to say I'm in on him to a degree, right? So there was pretty much nothing bringing me in on like Quentin Johnston or Kendre Miller last year. I was just out. Leggett, I was just apprehensive, confused, very difficult prospect to evaluate. Matt Harmon brought him into a favorable light for me, and just sort of explained a path to how he could be successful. And then, like 2 days after I listened to Harmon talk about that, Canales pretty much laid out the same plan for him. So I do like that. The first round draft capital is nice. The size, the athleticism can't be denied. And he did have a great year. And there are very good reasons why, he didn't break out until that year.
So I would say this about him. Respecting the draft capital, I'm higher on him than I was yesterday morning. But not at the price he's now going to have to, you know what I mean? Like,
he's still just a mid-second, though.
Now?
I mean, if somebody wants to take him...
You know how it is when we trade dynasty picks. The 111 isn't much different from the 201, but it's got that 1 in front of it.
Let's go through it, though. Like, he's not in the top 12 at this point, though.
I'm not saying he is. I'm saying he's like, so I did one of my leagues was pre-NFL draft. I took Javon Baker at 210, and the guy after me took Leggett at 211. Right? You're not getting him at 211 now.
Right? No.
And there's probably going to be leagues where people are like, Penix and Knicks, and he sneaks into like a 112. Like I don't.
Could be, but Ladd going to the Chargers and Keon Coleman going to the Bills are going to vault them up very high. Those guys are like 112 and 201 right now. And then Pearsall going to the Niners. I mean, those three guys are now in that Waddle, Devontae Smith range. You remember that? The 11, 12. I think James Cook was in that range as well that year. Mm-hmm. It's it's every year. You get this weird sort of, you like them or you don't like them. It's pick your poison. Pickens and Sky Moore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Christian
Watson was mixed in there.
Yeah. Right. Treylon Burks maybe. Although a lot of people had Treylon Burks higher. Like 108.
Yeah. I remember a couple drafts into that year. I was like, damn, I'm getting a lot of Olave at 109. Thanks, guys. And
exactly.
And Diddy was like, I'm good with my pick. I'd like to go back to that league to see what pick that was, to see if he turned out better than Olave. But I'm not in that league anymore, so I don't have to go back and look. But
good old Diddy, Matthew Dent. He and I love to give each other shit.
Do you know how few people's names I actually know that I play fantasy football with? I just know them as their avatars or their group me names, or I don't.
Right. He's a special one though because he's beat. I think it's 3 straight years in that Matty Big Chess League. He's beaten me in the finals. Oh no, I didn't make the finals. Neither one of us made the finals this year because our teams are aging.
Right.
But
time to bounce back.
So what are the Raiders going to do here? Spencer Rattler?
I would not be surprised. No, actually, I would not be surprised. Why not? Just,
it's too
quarterback by committee. Throw them all out there in training camp, see who wins. You're not spending much money on it.
What did Parcells say, Brian?
If you have more than one quarterback, you don't have a quarterback, right? Something like that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, and it's 100% true.
Parcells has said a lot of things, but
well, that one was true. A lot of the other things were just like misogynistic and I don't know what you call. I don't know what you call Parcells.
He actually. They're calling the pick now. There you go. There's the center.
Jackson Power Johnson, the Raiders. That's all right. All right, Zamir White fans. That's a great pick for you guys.
Sell Zamir White.
Okay.
They're gonna draft a running back. I don't know.
So as of right now, he's the only guy in the room
Madison.
Anybody should care about. Just do not bring up Amir Abdul, please.
Alexander Madison is with them now, isn't he?
Oh, okay. If that's my competition, I'm feeling good about it. Mm-hmm. And I also feel like that's insulation against them drafting a guy.
It's possible.
Right. So yeah. I do think he's a much better back than Alexander Madison. He's got more juice. Would say same type of power. He's a better running back.
I think that they would use Madison more third down, catching passes, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe short yardage just to save Zamir from taking that beating, even though he could be a short yardage back, which could vulture some touchdowns, but every back gets vultured. I think Zamir looked fairly good in the NFL. I think he's progressively got healthier from some catastrophic injuries, kind of remade his style a bit and went with who he is now. And it worked for him in the NFL, and he had some good games for the Raiders last year. So, do I think he's worth a late second? All day, but you're not going to get him for that. Like if you offered a mid, yeah, you can get like 205 for you. You probably get him for like 205 and 305,
right? Rookie season, rookie fever.
Yeah,
is somebody going to give you that much for him?
Yeah. It's all funny value now, right? Yeah, and I don't know, no. Nobody's going to give you that for him now because you're going to be able to get one of the, 3 or 4 running backs that you like in this class with that pick.
I think
which, by the way, Dallas is Jerry Jones came out and said here's the quote, love Jonathan Brooks. So wouldn't it make sense?
He's high on our board. We
love that guy. Would it make sense if because they're also signing I almost called him Emmitt Smith, Zeke. They're re-signing Zeke. So wouldn't it make sense that he's the bridge to Jonathan Brooks getting healthy?
Are they officially re-signing him, or? It's
all but done.
Oh, okay.
It's happening. They just don't sign guys during the draft. It just doesn't normally happen. So, would you like to go over some real-time draft data?
What constitutes real-time draft data?
I have a Patreon rookie league 4 picks in.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, so we're the early adopters on ADP here, folks. Okay. All right. Yeah.
So DWZ Patreon 3.
Oh, I used to be in that.
Furthest along. Neil set up all the Patreons to draft to start drafting at 6:30 tonight. With a 24-hour clock.
Okay.
And everybody's encouraged to take their time.
Okay.
Nobody's being rushed.
Okay.
So it's gone.
You know me so well.
Yeah, I do. I knew it was gonna. Oh man, I wouldn't be able to take my time and take. Yes, Brian, you have a whole day. What if I want to make it? Yes, you can make a trade, Brian. You have a whole day. It's fine. So it went Caleb, MHJ, as suspected. Do you want to guess the 103?
McCarthy.
No, it was Jada Daniels. Do you want to guess the 104?
That was my second guess. May.
No, it was Malik Neighbors, and
that was my second guess. Yeah. Okay.
And we're probably stuck here for a while because Dave Donaldson has the next 2 picks, and I know for a fact he's stuck at work tonight because I was
going to say, is he working a 34-hour shift tonight?
Yeah, he is. He's working a 34-hour shift as a sommelier, by the way. There is no sommelier on the planet Earth that works harder than that man. Holy shit. That dude, I'm always like, hey, how's it going? I just got done working 3 weeks straight. Oh, without a day off? Without going home.
Maybe he's just an alcoholic and
nah,
he's like putting in overtime with the wine.
I think he just loves But yeah, he's got the next 2 picks, and then I'm up at 107, and I just am so curious what's going to be there.
After last night, my take was that we confirmed that the big tier is now 8 and not just 7, and I still think.
Least.
Ooh, Jonathan Brooks, 46 to the Panthers. Welcome to the 112 in your rookie drafts, Jonathan Brooks.
They traded up into this pick, huh?
I think they did, yeah. Well, no, they had 33 and 39 because they got one from the Giants for Burns. But then they traded up from 33 to 32 yesterday.
Yeah, but they didn't. Yeah, they still had their 39. Okay. Wow. All right. I think Austin's going to be happy. I can't wait to get it. Holy shit. Hold on 1 second. And now, coming to the stage, the forgotten man, Major Mike Casper.
No, my name is Cookie Dork for the day. My name is Cookie Dork. Yeah, they call me Cookie Dork in my MBA class because of all the Girl Scout cookies that I would bring to class for my daughter.
Can we just call you Dork for short?
Yep. So I promised them I would be Cookie Dork if I podcasted during class. I am currently in class and it is awful. So I would much rather talk about this second round so far. It's been straight fire, man. It's been awesome.
Yeah, holy shit. I didn't think the second round would go like this. In fact, I thought the second round would start at 8:00, apparently, because that's what I set this shit up for.
Yeah.
7:00 your time.
Oh yeah, no, I thought it was 7:00 my time. I didn't realize that my class starts at 6 my time, and I was like, oh, I gotta wait an hour, and so I actually had to listen to class for an hour, and then I was like, nope.
Nice.
So as someone who taught for 20 plus years, Mike, go back to class.
If you sat in this class, you would not.
Yeah, well, you said MBA, so if it's business, I'm out. I'm a communist. So you know.
Yeah, like I feel bad for the guy. Like this class was thrown on him apparently last minute, but he's like teaching it straight from the book. Mm-hmm. It's pure lecture, and my classes it's 4 straight hours of lecture and no question.
It's pre-recorded?
No. It's just him talking.
It's just a guy talking for 4 hours?
Pretty much.
So you have you just have your camera off and you have him muted and he's talking about who knows what right now and you're watching the draft.
To be honest, right now they're on a break because we've been in class for like the past hour. So I skipped my break so I could talk to you all for a little bit. But yeah, class will be on in a couple minutes.
All right. So since you're only here for a little bit, Mr. Resident Broncos fan, talk to me about Bo Nix.
So I don't know. I'm optimistic. It can't be worse than it's been for the past 8 years. So I really like it. It can't. Like the offensive line is decent. I don't think we have terrible weapons. I think Nix is more athletic than people think he is. Sean Payton wants him, so that's what I want. I want a quarterback that the coach wants. Obviously, he didn't want Russ, and Russ was decent, right? Like, I mean, he looked so much better last year than he did the year before. So I just kept saying to my buddy, I was like, man, I wish we had a second round pick with all these guys that are going right now. But no, I'm pretty stoked to have Nix. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I'm optimistic. I'm also a Nuggets fan and an Avs fan right now. So like the Broncos don't work out, like I'm fine.
Yeah, you got the Joker. You're all right. So do you trust Sean Payton at this point though?
I have to.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to.
I mean, he made Russ, who looks like complete garbage, actually look okay. And he made a pretty garbage team look okay. And, like, with all of the dead cap and everything he's got to deal with, like, are we going to be a 500 team this year? I mean, it's possible. So, I don't know. I guess unless he completely – like, who was the last quarterback Sean Payton drafted?
He has never drafted a first-round quarterback. In first 2 rounds, I believe.
I mean, who's the last one I guess he's groomed besides? I mean, it's just Breeze, right? Like he traded for Breeze, right?
Breeze was already a star when he traded for him, so he hasn't.
Winston? I mean, he kind of calmed down Winston when he. Was that the eye surgery more than Sean Payton?
Yeah.
Taysom Hill is the answer.
Yeah. I mean,
So
that was pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. As a tight end, with a question mark.
Yeah, I don't know.
Real quick, guys, before I forget, anybody that's looking right now, can you guys see what the shirt says right here?
It works.
Ja works. That's right. So, for all of you that are fans of our show, that listen to our show, that watch our show, and like our theme song that we open and end with, that is a local Baltimore reggae band called Ja Works. I just want to give them a shout out. Shout out Ja Works. You guys rock. Scotty P, you're my boy. Shout out. Go Birds.
What do you think about Cooper?
Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell?
I know, dude.
Holy shit.
I thought it straight up. I was like, man, if they go Cooper, I'm so glad I'm not in that division or that conference.
Well, we were live on air, and I called it. Brian asked me who I wanted. I told him Cooper DeJean. Second was Jackson Powers Johnson. I mean, I think that's a natural fit with Kelsey gone. But we got Cam Jurgens. And we took a guard last year that I think could fill in Tyler Steen, so we'll see. But yeah, man, the Giants took Neighbors, and the Eagles were like, no, we need more than one guy to cover him and CD Lamb. Plus, I mean, you look at the NFC East now, you have Jaden Daniels there with ready-made weapons, TMC and Jaden Daniels. The Eagles are smart to upgrade their secondary.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And looks like the Giants took a safety to replace Xavier McKinney. Snoozer pick.
Okay. All right. Well, so Sean Payton, who I just hate as a human being, apparently was smirking and chuckling at the press conference last night that he didn't use the word bait, but he was baiting. Was it Minnesota or something? He said, but basically
trading up.
Trading up, trying to make them think they were trading up for McCarthy too. Yeah.
See, that's what he is such an asshole. That is the kind of thing that nobody should ever find out about.
And he gloated about it. He was like, I was actively participating.
If you think he's
if you successfully pull that off,
you guys are so you think he would be the only one that would do that?
No, I think
no, but you don't say it at a press conference. You don't publicly,
No, it's something that you do, and then Howie Roseman would never talk about that kind of thing. Howie Roseman doesn't talk about his almost trades. That doesn't happen. It's crazy. A professional GM doesn't do that. But he's not a professional GM. He's a loose cannon at this point.
Lying season, everybody's lying.
Yeah, but you don't laugh at the other guy in a press conference afterwards. It's like what he did to who was your shitty coach that got fired?
Oh, Hackett?
Yeah, it's like what he did to Hackett. Everybody knows that Hackett was one of the worst offensive coaches in NFL history. But you don't say it to the media. It's the same thing.
But he's still got a job. Does he deserve it?
I mean, yeah, he does deserve to have his job, but he's a bit of an ass. He's a
no, I'm saying Hackett still has a job.
Hackett has a job because he has a job because he's Aaron.
I'm sorry,
Aaron Rodgers.
I'm kind of against the grain. Like, you ever listen to the GM Shuffle? Have you heard that with Michael Lombardi?
I don't often
because he's unfiltered, and I like that. I like that instead of where I had to listen to Bucky Brooks defend the Falcons pick. Oh, well, this is why I make, and I'm like, why don't we just be honest? You don't have to cover for these. You don't have to be everybody's best friend. Why don't you just be honest sometimes? And yeah, okay, so Sean Payton rubs people the wrong way. Sure, I don't know. I'm okay with that. You're not in the league to make friends. You're in the league to win football games. It's a business.
Right on. I hear you. Okay.
I don't know.
It's a good point.
It
It reminds me of Buddy Ryan as an Eagles fan, so I can't.
like would I do that personally? No. No, I wouldn't either.
No, because you have class.
That would be like me posting about like some trade in the league chat or something like that. Like,
Right.
oh man, I'm so glad I got you to take that. Like, did you know I was going to accept this trade so much less?
You know, it's like posting the private chat in the league chat about
exactly.
Trade. You know what I mean?
I would never do that, but
no, of course, because you have class. I mean, not enough class to win your own Einstein's league or anything, but you have class.
I mean, twice in a row, but
but not this year.
Not 3 times.
I love you, Mike. I missed you, man. I haven't seen you in so long.
In P2, I look at Neil's team, and I still don't understand how he beat me in the championship. I still don't.
It's like
so
this.
Infuriating.
It's like this. It's a direct quote from Memphis. It takes skill to make the playoffs, and it takes luck to win in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Who are the Bengals going to pick here? Something boring or T. Higgins replacement?
No, defense. Almost. Oh, I'm almost sure of it. And did you guys know Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle that they took in the first round? Do you know how many starts that he had?
Didn't someone say like 3 or something like that?
It's 8.
Oh my gosh.
He started 8 games.
That's crazy.
Unless I read that wrong, he started 8 games for Georgia.
Yeah, he started 8 games. Yeah. I think he played in I forget how much, but only
lot.
Started. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it, for a first-round tackle?
That's wild.
I mean, everything I've heard about him is that he's very raw, but like extremely talented. It's just confusing to me. I mean, I understand it's Georgia and they're extremely deep, but it just blew my mind. It's one of those numbers that you're like, that can't be right. But I mean, they got rid of that, Brian Callahan bum. Not like he knows anything about offensive line. They should know what they're doing. By the way, I'm cracking Truly. It is the berry mix tonight. I'm on to the strawberry lime. Delicious.
Oh, I already drank my first energy drink for the night. So,
Brian, what are you drinking?
Liquid Death Seltzer. Yeah.
I'm very familiar. And if you would like, I can break you of that habit. They are now a $1 billion company on the back of some clever marketing.
I mean, listen, if I was boycotting every $1 billion company,
they're really literally, they're like, well, we'll give it this funny name and put it in a metal can, and we'll be like death to plastic, and we'll just make tons of money.
Hey, go for it.
It's capitalism, Brian. I just thought that would really get you.
Didn't they have money for marketing?
If I was gonna.
Oh, dead air. If you're going to what? Did I freeze up?
No.
Oh, okay. If you were going to what?
Oh, I'm sorry. If I was going to not participate in capitalism, like my lights would be off. I'd be in a potato sack. Like, come on.
Oh. Gotcha. Right on. Unwilling. Oh, so the Commandos were on the board again, and they took a corner.
They have another pick 2 picks later, or 3 picks later.
They made a bunch of trades.
Yeah,
they got a second. They got the Bears second, which is probably this one coming up for Sweat, defensive lineman.
That makes sense.
All right, Mike. You're on the clock at 103 in a rookie draft. Who are you taking?
Who's went 101 and 102?
Oh, it's chalk. It's Caleb Williams and MHJ.
Marvin Harrison.
That's why I said 103, because the rest is like Wild West at this point, man. It's whatever you like.
Man, I don't know if I've made that decision yet. I think I've only got one 103 actually, and it was in a startup we did, or I did with Austin.
I have the 103 in Einstein's.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. I mean,
your boy Panolan.
I'm probably going Jaden. I remember trading that to you. I knew it'd be early. I'm probably going Jaden Daniels.
Right on. I think I'm with you at this point, Brian. Who would you go with at 103 right now? In your beautiful vacuum space that you love to live in.
I have to pick. I can't trade it.
Correct. Nobody. Your best offer is 106 and a third.
Neighbors or Daniels.
Neighbors or Daniels.
In some leagues, Neighbors. In some leagues, Daniels.
Okay. So it's roster dependent for you.
It's portfolio dependent more so than anything else.
Okay.
I feel like isn't like 3 to 8 kind of
very fluid.
Pick your flavor at this point.
Yeah, man.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, some could argue even 9, maybe 10. Like,
especially if you're not a quarterback truther, where it's like you must take the other quarterbacks 3, 4, 5, or whatever. Then yeah, it's very fluid.
I mean, you can even go to 12 with where these wide receivers went at the top of the second. Like,
and the way I look at it, like
that's landing spot, like.
Yeah, with this quarterback truthism that you speak of, then none of those people should have taken Bijan 101 last year because there were 3 quarterbacks available. So there comes a point where other positions, if the talent is high enough, it trumps the quarterback position, right?
I agree. I've been saying that, and you've been telling me that they retain value. They do
retain value.
They do, but I'm saying
retain value.
In this class, the 2024 class, there's enough high-end options outside of quarterback where I'm not automatically taking a quarterback in 103 right now. I might trade out of 103.
Brian, I can't argue with you. I can't argue with that. If you want to say that Neighbors is your 103, that's fine. That's 100% fine with me. I don't think the Giants are a bad landing spot at all.
He's going to get one of their peppered with targets.
Yeah, their biggest. Yes, he is actually. He's going to be open immediately, and he's going to destroy people after the catch. And their biggest issue was their offensive line not being able to protect Daniel Jones. He was getting crushed on a constant basis, and they've done a lot of work to that. So let's go. Let's go Neighbors, and let's talk about Odunze real quick. Does the fact that they have 3 good receivers move him down your board?
Nope.
Brian?
No, because you're at best saying like the first year he's not going to accrue as much value, right? But that's saying that he's definitely going to be 3 in the pecking order. And when I say the first year,
you don't know, right?
Yeah, and I say the first year because I think Allen, between age and contract, and DJ Moore, I think DJ Moore's contract is up too. Like
it's coming up, yeah.
We don't know who's going to be there in year 2, so no, I don't think it really affects it much at all. I mean, what would affect that is actually. I know this kind of sounds counterintuitive because I'm such a Caleb truther, but that he has a rookie quarterback.
Okay, so Odunze or Bowers in a 0.75 premium?
Bowers.
Mike?
No.
Pick one, man. No one's going to remember it. I'm not writing this down or anything.
It really, like, you want to talk about a 50-50 for me. I'd probably go Bowers, but man, I love Doomsday. My boy.
Doomsday. Yeah, that's his name on this podcast, by the way. Brian, his name is Doomsday because when we started this rookie prospect, Mike was like, I don't know anybody except for this Doomsday guy. And because he just heard the name.
I was listening when they were playing Texas in the semifinal, and I was listening on the radio feed of ESPN because I was cheap and didn't have I couldn't watch it, and I was like, God, they keep saying Doomsday. I was like, that's a badass name. It's Doomsday.
So his name's Rome Doomsday.
Rome Doomsday.
Nice. All right, so Mike, JJ McCarthy or a Doomsday?
It really depends whether I need a quarterback there.
All right, Doomsday or Apocalypse?
Who's Apocalypse? Oh, yeah.
He's the Marvel version of Doomsday.
Have you watched the new
Have I watched the X-Men 97, Mike? Am I sitting in front of you?
Good.
It's amazing.
So good.
Holy shit.
God, I love it.
We went over this last week a little bit, me and Chad.
Okay.
But the charged claws.
What?
Did you see that? When Gambit jumped on Wolverine's back and charged his claws.
Oh, yeah.
And he rammed him into that Sentinel's face. Holy shit.
That show I feel like that show was made for us, though. It's not for kids. It was made for us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it came out when I was a young adult, and I was like,
I was Gambit when I was a kid, man. I was Gambit. My oldest brother was Wolverine. My second oldest brother was Cyclops, and I was Gambit. Okay. I'd have the deck of cards, and I'd throw the deck of cards, and
awesome.
Oh yeah, I was all about it.
Nice. So, I was always Colossus. Was always my favorite.
Oh yeah.
That's what I would be. My boy Buck was Gambit. I was Colossus. But do you think Gambit's dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like Cable or Bishop will.
I think
time travel or something, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think where the series is gonna go is they're gonna do some kind of time travel thing to prevent the whole thing from happening. Kind of like an Endgame kind of thing,
Yeah. Plus, Professor X is coming back, so
yeah, exactly.
I mean, we got that going for us, which is nice.
But yeah, super fun. So yeah, you got that. You got Wolverine and Deadpool coming out soon. Like, oh man, new trailer for that was off the chain.
Oh, I forgot about that. I haven't seen a trailer yet.
Oh, see who the Colts got?
No, I'm behind. Who'd they take?
Oh, Adonai Mitchell.
Oh, there he is, AD Mitchell. Off the board, finally. As the 10th wide receiver off the board. Wow.
I mean, 52 though? Like, man, that's not bad at all.
Y'all, can I tell you one of the greatest things of my entire day just happened? Because Dallas just popped in backstage. And we're over an hour in. And I desperately need a bathroom break. Oh, Mike's gone. And now I have Dallas to do my talking while I take a bathroom break. Dallas, what's up, my friend? You pounding beers?
Yeah, I already started. Some classic PBR, Milwaukee Brewery.
Nice. Cheers, my friend.
Yeah, cheers. I'm sure you're on cloud nine after the Eagles picks. I knew it was going to happen. The second that they traded up, I was like, Cooper DeJean's still on the board. That's who they're taking. Like, there's no way it's not happening.
Yeah, I saw the trade up. I looked at Brian. I was like, Eagles are on the clock. He was like, who is it? I told him Cooper DeJean. I mean, Jackson Powers-Johnson was my second pick, but, man, that secondary is so versatile and nasty now. Like, when you have CJ, GJ, and Cooper DeJean that can mirror each other at nickel and safety, it's beautiful. It's just a beautiful thing. So
I would say on paper, because your secondary was supposed to be good on paper last year too. So
but we were running a Vic Fangio style defense last year, and now we're running Vic Fangio's defense with Vic Fangio. So we're good. I hope. Fingers crossed.
Hey, I've had the Fangio experience. It's fun until it's not. That's my advice to you.
Right. Well, yeah, and I honestly I understand what you're saying. I understand he's abrasive. Guys will eventually start to tune him out. I get that. What I'm hoping is that we make our quick run because we have everything else, right? We make our quick run. We got our ring, and then, he starts to run his course. But that's the needle you have to thread in the NFL. There's always can you line everything up at the same time?
Right? Yeah, that's fair. Pick just in for Washington. My boy Ben Sinnott from Kansas State.
Ew.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
To the Commandos.
Yep.
With the Montez Sweat pick. With the Bears pick.
Correct.
Actually.
Yeah. And so, I mean, it makes sense. Like Logan Thomas is gone. Anyone who was holding on to Cole Turner shares now deuces is what I would say. And
I love Sinnott, so it's a good trade off. I'll take it.
Yeah,
Zach Ertz wears his age as his jersey number, I believe, 86.
Yeah, he's probably the most pro ready behind Bowers out of all of them, is what I would say. Like, he didn't need to sit behind anyone, but the fact that he can sit behind Ertz and then hopefully by the end of the season starts to get worked in. It's a long play. He's not going to be drafted as tight end 2 most likely in fantasy drafts, but I like it a lot.
Oh, he'll be drafted as tight end 2 and by me. I mean, easily a mid second for me in premium leagues.
Yeah, no, in premium, that makes sense. I'm just saying, so there's a lot left in the second. If Cincy comes back and takes Jatavian Sanders in the second, he's not going as the second overall tight end, stuff like that.
All right. Stupid voice of reason. That's fine. Are you guys watching the moment of Zen right now on YouTube TV?
I have YouTube TV, but mine isn't there yet on the Zen. No.
It was a sea turtle just swimming through the water. It was beautiful.
I'm watching the PFF stream on YouTube. It's like a solid 3 to 4 minutes ahead of the YouTube TV stream. So,
get out of here.
No, I have that app. All right, Dallas. Moment of truth. Go ahead. Take your 3 victory laps for what the Bears did in the first round. Tell me why Rome Odunze has not fallen in rookie drafts, actually, is what I really want to know.
Well, I can't exactly say that, but
I'll
talk
over. Give me your take.
Yeah, it's a very similar situation to what I talked about it at length in the Patreon group chat, but it's a very similar situation as to what happened with JSN last year, where you have an elite talent that is going to be hidden behind 2 people that you're hoping one of them leaves at the end of the first year. Pretty much same talent level in my eyes as what JSN was last year, a slightly better quarterback situation than what JSN had, but it's more of a positive move for the Chicago Bears than it is a positive move for Dynasty, specifically year 1. It's a depressed asset that I think is going to be very attainable halfway through the season for a lot of people, which is not something that I would have said. I don't think he's going to be drafted as wide receiver 3 in this year's class with some of the landing spots and some of the other guys. Just in all reality, Worthy is pretty well locked in, I think, going wide receiver 3 in most drafts with the situation that Odunze has. I don't know how you feel about Ryan, but as an actual team fit, it's amazing. He can learn from Keenan, who a lot of people were comping him to earlier on in the draft process, and then hopefully take over that big slot role next year if for some reason we can't retain him.
Yeah, I know. I love it because he's got enough of not Keenan in his game that they are kind of 3 different wide receivers that they need to be this year. You've got Keenan old and DJ Moore's contract a question mark. So, maybe the value accrual isn't as big in the first year as it will be after that. But no, yeah, it's the only thing I was telling Jesse before is that traditionally, and as far as fantasy goes, wide receivers don't do well with rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah, so, and 100% accurate. I just love it because the method that has worked time and time again, what we've seen over the last decade, is pairing a rookie quarterback with either a rookie wide receiver or a sophomore wide receiver. It has worked bounds and leaps for all of the high up studs. Also, my cat is being so obnoxious right now. Sorry. She's like sitting here just like licking my entire body unnecessarily.
We're a very cat friendly podcast. What's the cat's name?
It's Yoshi.
Okay. What's up, Yoshi?
Yeah, she's doing her thing. But yeah, no, it's a great fit. I think long term for the Bears. I was ecstatic, obviously, because it's what I wanted to happen, but I was for certain that it wasn't going to happen. And so when they had the pick come in, I was losing my shit. So
we're playing Dynasty fantasy football, not redraft, right? So we should be drafting for the long term. I don't necessarily care what I get year one, and except for that I just want something. You know what I mean? I want there to be enough of a hit so that I don't lose a shitload of value. You know what I'm saying? Or confidence in that player. But like, I'm the guy that was taking Trey McBride early second all day long and just held him because I knew he was blocked by Ertz. It was obvious he was blocked by Ertz and he wouldn't get his shot to year two. I didn't know for sure that he was going to burst out like this stud in year two, but I had an idea, right? And I held him just to make sure. Did I trade away a couple of Trey McBrides, like, frivolously because I had so much? Yeah, probably. But what you have to understand is that Roman Dunze is like the level of talent that you don't trade away. This is the guy that when you trade him away, you are definitely regretting it next year. Right?
Yeah,
so if he's that kind of guy, to me, he is the third receiver in this class to me. I mean, I love Xavier Worthy. I loved him before he went to the Chiefs. I love his speed. I love his toughness. I love his skill. I love his archetype. And, if he polishes himself a bit, he could be a Devontae Smith type, right? I don't think he's nearly the route runner that Devontae Smith is, but guys learn in the NFL, right? I love Xavier Worthy. I love him a lot with Andy Reid, but he's still not Roman Dunze. He's fourth to me.
Yeah, it's you were in the bathroom, but like I brought it up. I'm sure you saw it.
Oh, I heard it.
We always have banter back and forth.
Yeah, well, we heard your flush, so yeah.
No, I'm connected. I got Bluetooth.
Okay. Yeah, it's the exact same scenario as JSN. So it's like that was my question that I posed to Memphis in the group chat was how do you feel about JSN this year? Because it's probably exactly how you're going to feel about Odunze going into his sophomore year. And so if that's not what you're comfortable with, don't draft him. If you are comfortable with it, draft him. I just think with the
Memphis is down on JSN, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Most people are. So that's the thing.
I'm not one of those
I'm not
guys.
either. I like I said, I acquired him and Fields in that trade earlier this offseason.
So the question that I have for you then is like, as a prospect coming out, Roman Dunze or JSN?
Fair question.
I don't want recency bias to overshadow it. I will say, based off of my overall ranks, I have JSN technically higher. If you look at my last two classes, including this one, my final comp that I went with is I feel really similar about Rome as I feel, well, at least how I felt about Garrett Wilson coming out, where there's like a certain level of rawness to his game still that's there, but they have just enough speed to be a deep threat. They can do everything that you need your wide receiver one to do, but where they would truly like eat would be a big slot in the middle, just absolutely destroying people underneath based off of what Amon-Ra is doing. That's the kind of mold that you want Odunze to honestly be in. He has the capability to be a deep outside receiver, but I think you're going to get the most out of him in that underneath area because he has a lot more explosion to his game than he does like long speed. And that was, obviously shown with his 40. So.
Interesting that you say that. Now that the Jets have brought in Mike Williams, it kind of frees Garrett Wilson up to move around the formation a bit. He had to be their boundary last year because they didn't have, you couldn't trust who was the Green Bay reject that they had on the outside opposite of him?
Lazard.
Green Bay reject. Lazard, yeah. Alan Lazard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lazard.
I was like,
Yeah,
which Green Bay reject? Yeah.
you can't trust Alan Lazard, to beat his man on a consistent basis. So you had to have Garrett Wilson out there on the line. And now they can move him around. And honestly, it's just if Aaron Rodgers is healthy this year and on his game, it's just going to be it's going to be a different thing for Garrett Wilson. I expect top 5 numbers out of him.
Yeah, I think you're higher than most on Garrett Wilson, but you've been bullish since he was drafted, so you're allowed to do that. Like
he was my 103 in the class.
Yeah, he's done nothing to detract from the skill set that you thought he had. He's just been playing.
He looked electric, like when he had the chance, when Zach Wilson wasn't throwing it 15 feet over his head or whatever.
Well, that's the thing though, is it's a very similar situation. Like, I don't want to always bring stuff back to the Bears, but DJ Moore, even with what most consider a bad passing attack last year, put up 1,400 yards in the best career year that he had. So no one's talking about DJ.
He was hyper targeted as the clear way.
Certain games he was 15 targets. I'll agree with you. Right. Other games he was getting 2. So it's but that's 50-50. And so that's
what drives us crazy about the Bears, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, is that gonna continue with Caleb, or is it just that Fields was so weird that they didn't exactly know how to coach him?
I mean, they're going to be spreading that ball around like crazy because under the radar move is they brought in Gerald Everett when they already had Cole Kmet. So now you have 2 true move tight ends. You have DeAndre Swift in the backfield. Also, one sec, sorry.
I mean, deep as shit in the backfield.
The reason I asked about Rome and JSN is because certain people will attribute JSN's relative disappointing rookie year more to the depth chart. Others say more to JSN. Obviously, I think it's a little bit of both, just like everybody does. But if you think that it was more so JSN than the depth chart, then you should probably feel better about Rome going into next year than you would. Then there isn't an exact comparison. So, yeah.
I'm going to ask you not to spoil this Cowboys pick for me, Dallas.
Okay, I won't.
Because I think we're all expecting this to be Trey Benson. So if it doesn't happen, we'll be disappointed. If it's Blake Corum, you might see me throw shit across the room in excitement.
Yeah, I mean, but Blake Corum, this is the landing spot that you want. If you're a Blake Corum guy, you want him to go to the Cowboys because you need someone with a stable offensive line that is going to run more power than anything else. And as of right now, that's Dallas. There's no one really. Or
Chargers in the third.
Yeah, well, so that's just not going to happen anymore. You just got to give up on that dream. But
why? We got our offensive lineman, we got our receiver. Now it's time for our running back. I mean, come on.
The other under the radar spot that would make sense for Corum that a lot of people would hate would be New England. It would kill Ramondre stocks, but it's the type of scheme and running system that he would want to be in. So,
wait, okay. Now that you say that, do they have? I asked this question last week, and the only answer I got was yes, but no specifics. Does New England actually have an offensive coordinator or scheme?
Technically, no. So they retained a large portion of the offensive staff technically still, even though they fired Belichick. So Mayo took over. He brought in a couple of other ones, but there's no one that has the titled position. And so that's realistically just be this mess. It's going to be the same scheme that they always do. It's going to be a true West Coast offense, just slinging it out, getting it out as quickly as you can in rhythm. And so they're going to rely on the run game like they have been for the last decade. They're going to run power a lot more, and they're going to use the backs in the backfield a lot. That's just what New England does.
They don't have a line to support that, and they haven't taken a lineman. So what are we thinking there? It's just Drake May's in trouble. I mean, I like Drake May as a prospect. I am hoping upon hope that just Brissett starts a bunch of games. I mean, if if there's anything that can save Drake May, it's Jacoby Brissett. Is the kind of the weirdest thing to say, right? But it gives him time to learn. It gives, I don't know, whatever offensive line prospects they have time to gel. It also gives them time to make moves, right? I.e., like next offseason to make moves and protect him and give him maybe a weapon or two. I don't know. It's a bleak picture, but the best is for him to just not have to go out there.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice. I will say, like, they talked about it a little bit on the broadcast too when it happened. But I mean, I'm not as high on Polk as a lot of people are. But when it comes to a wide receiver that is really good at making the best out of like however inaccurate the passes are, Polk is pretty much there. Because like, well, the one thing about Michael Penix's game that people typically had issues with, other than the actual like injury history, was his ball placement on anything that wasn't downfield as intermediate. It just like wasn't always there. There's a lot of reach backs. The highlights that you see for guys like O'Dones, Polk, McMillan, it's because they're going up one-handed because the ball's just ever so slightly out of place. It happened a lot. And so Polk is a good fit for there. Dallas did not go running back. I will tell you that.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You did spoil it for me. The pick is in, and Goodell is nowhere near the podium.
I have a question about May for you, Dallas.
Yes, sir.
Maybe when we get this
Really?
pick in. Or...
Yeah.
No, the pick's a while coming up, so go for it.
So May did better in the air raid in 2022 than he did in the new offense in 2023. Is the offense in New England under Alex Van Pelt closer to the one in 2023 for Drake May? And do we not care because it'll be a second year in something less air raidy?
So the thing with May, I don't actually have an issue with his air raidiness from 2022.
I mean, that's what he does.
Yeah,
that's what he does well.
It's what he does. He does a lot of very similar things to what Caleb does. And so like, that's the thing. The off script is where you live and die basically with Drake May. And so you were living with it in 2022 because it was a better wide receivers that were around him, better running backs that were around him. In 2023, the cast was nowhere to be had basically. And so you saw teams start to rush
Tez Walker
5, 6 constantly on him. And it just never matriculated. And I just also like, I think people are extremely overrating how down of a year that May had. And I've brought this up a couple of times in the group chat on social media, etc. Like, you're calling a top 12 NCAA passing year that May had, he ranked 12th this year, as a down year. So, like, he wasn't 2 in the country. He was 12, and everyone's like, he's terrible. You can't draft him. And I'm like, what is going on? So I'm not really concerned about that aspect. But, like, air raid is hard to transition to the NFL in general. It truthfully is. And so it's either going to work or it's not, as simple as that sounds.
Yeah.
You just hope that, like, as smart of a guy as he is, being able to will the team to the wins that he was able to do over the last 2 years with very little help.
Yes.
Exciting.
Yes. I mean, Devontae Walker was his best weapon, and he didn't even have him all season. And we all know what we think of Devontae Walker. So.
Yeah, king of the double move, but can't catch a simple crossing route.
I think Kiper, say what you will about Kiper, the man does a lot of work on this stuff. I think he said it best out of everyone I've heard, and that is Drake May missed some throws this year. And that's it. He missed some throws that he should have made, right, in pressure situations. He went further to break that down, that it has to do with mechanics and footwork, and it's stuff that's pretty easily cleaned up in the NFL. I'm not worried about Drake May as a passer.
And when it comes
the situation scares the shit out of me.
When it comes to the footwork, again, I'm not a quarterback guru, and Levis had bad footwork. So if I'm gonna knock Levis for bad footwork, I have to be honest with May. Some of the footwork stuff, though, there's like a counterpoint to it that's what the new offense in 2023 wanted him to do, was drift in the pocket a little bit. And they don't do like 5-step drop throw. Like it's not a timing offense like that.
Sure.
And so he's just doing what he's supposed to be doing. maybe the answer is somewhere in the middle. But
he missed some of those throws because he wasn't doing the footwork wasn't right within the structure.
And he missed some layups too. Like, it's
yes, absolutely
saleable.
Absolutely. And that's not, and that's probably not mechanics either. That's probably just everybody gets a yip once in a while, as long as it's not the yips.
He's going to frustrate people. So, yeah. I mean, I don't like comping him to like Josh Allen, but the idea that like he's a big dude who can throw a country mile and he's mobile but needs some refinement in a very broad sense. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, the PFF guys were talking about this, and they put it in perfect context. So him and JJ have the same type of misses because they don't have a ton of touch on their balls. They usually are throwing rockets regardless of the level that they're at. And so when they miss hard. They miss by 5-10 yards. It's going to be 5 yards short, 10 yards short. If their mechanics aren't perfect on the throw, it's going to look really bad. And so obviously JJ had better completion. You can talk about the system that he was in, everything like that. But like, that's the type of quarterback you're getting. And so that's a good way of like putting that into perspective. So like Josh Allen, you're talking about, my final comp for him was Blake Bortles. Very similar to Blake Bortles, where the athleticism's there, big body, can throw the shit out of it. Decision-making isn't always there. Mechanical question marks coming out. I feel a lot of Bortles in his game. And so it's like, can he transition better than what Bortles did? If he can, he's going to be Josh Allen, because that's the only other avenue that you have for someone that's like that. If not, you're going to see exactly what happened to Bortles. And so
did you see the interview with him where he sounded just like exactly like Eli? Yeah. Pretty much a layup that he was going to be a giant at that point.
Yeah. It was funny. Did you, on that note, did you see him immediately after he was drafted? They showed him, like his family made him a video. And so all of his brothers were on there. And so he thought it was like an emotional thing. And so everything was like sweet that his parents were saying. And then they were like, what's one word you would use to describe your brother? And then he's like, soft. Little man. And then the last one was like a bitch. And then he was like, oh man, I was about to cry. I thought it was like super nice and super emotional.
Yeah, it's awesome.
They're just dogging on me. Like, hilarious. Also, a man of my word, didn't want to get too far away from the Chicago Bears thing, so I had to step away and pop.
Thank you, sir. Woo!
So, I mean, come on, let's go. Rome Odunze.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Williams, right?
Shotgun.
That was a bad pop.
Yeah, it was. Dallas Hyder shotgunning on air. Caleb Williams to Roma Dunze. Boom. As an Eagles fan, I don't really like saying that because it scares me a little. It does. It scares. Right. I should never be afraid of the Bears. One thing the Bears can't do is beat the Eagles in the playoffs. But it does scare me a little. I mean, with that fear at Eagles secondary, I guess we're fine.
All right. I wanted to go back to A.D. Mitchell.
So what was that pick that Dallas took? I actually,
it was an edge. It was edge.
It was Marshawn.
He told me it wasn't a running back.
A.D. Mitchell to the Chiefs. Okay, Richardson's got a big arm, but I think if you asked me, well, what overrated receiver in this class could just be Alec Pierce, I'd probably tell you A.D. Mitchell's in the running for that. So, okay, they just replaced Alec Pierce with a volatile outside guy who's better in best ball. Like, okay, like is anybody excited about this? Like I don't think so. And I think now if you were in on the ceiling, the upper tail of his outcome, then he just got cheaper. So yeah.
Yeah, he's a guy that I understand why people don't love him. I am not in love with him. I don't like projections. He's never had like a boom season. He's always played second fiddle. Technically, this was like a 1-year wonder type of year, and he didn't even really eclipse a massive target total.
Built on like 3 or 4 big games too.
Yeah, and so that's the thing is like he's really in that Gabe Davis mold, and you have to find a right situation to fit into. I'm not confident that the Colts are the right situation because we all know how I feel about Anthony Richardson. So it's one of those things where it's like, well, you wanted to add more weapons. So if you're going to use him underneath more, it makes sense. But if you're not going to use him underneath more, then it's really just something to take the top off of a defense and hope that AR can hit it.
I think this is worth exploring, though. How do you feel about Anthony Richardson? I don't think we've gone over this.
Oh, I can't be. I'm gonna go walk my dogs. I can't be here for this.
I'm okay.
I'm not going to absolutely destroy him. I'm just saying that there was nothing from last year that I saw on tape that gave me more confidence than when he was drafted in his ability. So coming off of a throwing arm shoulder surgery, I have to see that you're a more accurate passer to be in on you. And I haven't seen it yet. You can say, oh, but the fantasy points, cool. He threw for like 54% completion in his 4 games last year. So like didn't do anything different than college, still an athlete, still a cannon of an arm, can make every throw. It's just, can you string it together for an entire game? I haven't seen it yet. And that's what I want to see. That's where I'm at with him.
I'm pretty much where I'm pretty much there with you too. I just come to the conclusion about the fantasy stuff. I'm like, he could break fantasy this year, and I'm horny for it. So
it's one of those things where.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Well, I was going to just say, like he definitely was just added a high upside weapon as far as like his value goes. As far as AD Mitchell's value goes, it's pretty much like catastrophic for him. And I was already skeptical. And now that he's in a low volume passing offense, relatively, we like I've said, I mean, every NFL team is going to be above 50% passing percentage. So every team is a passing offense. But relative to the rest of the league, you're going to get a lot more rushing because you have a rushing quarterback and you have Jonathan Taylor and you have a coach that's predisposed to taking what's given to him. Right. And in a lot of cases, that's going to be like when 2 of the 3 options in an RPO are run, then, and Steichen is going to run a lot of RPO with AR and Jonathan Taylor, which of course he should. When 2 of those 3 options are run, then, and you have a receiver that has to be hyper targeted in your offense, or he will not be in your offense in a year or 2 because he'll leave because he showed last year that if he doesn't get hyper targeted, he'll bitch to the media. He's a prima donna, right? And to a degree, he deserves to be targeted above the other targets in the offense. He doesn't deserve to be hyper targeted. He's not that type of talent, but he's that type of personality. So it's going to happen. As soon as he bitched, it happened. He got his 11 to 15 targets per game for the rest of the year. Yeah. Pittman, right? So and that's why I'm not worried about Pittman in this offense. I'm worried about everyone else but AR, Pittman. Well, I'm worried about AR. I'm really not worried about Pittman or JT, right? Yeah. Everyone else is very scary, okay? But AR himself, like, he got a huge upgrade in weapons. Like, AD Mitchell is way, like, you can compare him to Alec Pierce in skill set, but, like,
he's a much more fluid mover than what Alec Pierce is what I would say.
Absolutely. He's way closer. Yeah. He's way closer to T. Higgins than he is Alec Pierce. But also, Gabe Davis is a way better player than Alec Pierce as well. So if his floor is Gabe Davis, then he's already a way better player than Alec Pierce. And we should not really be talking about Alec Pierce at all. He's like just completely failed. He's like Jalen Tolbert, except for that he had like 2 flashes.
Yeah. I mean, he was a 2nd-round pick. That's why everyone talked about it. He was a Raz guy, and that's the thing. Right. Say what you will about Raz. Like the Colts subscribe to it. It's been proven yet again, taking the 2nd highest Raz player in this draft.
It just it didn't happen. Sometimes it happens with those guys, and sometimes it doesn't. You know. Yeah, yes, you're right. They are a Raz guy. Jelani Woods is a perfect example.
He's taking shots at you tonight, Brian.
Yeah, that really was.
I'm sorry. I had a nothing.
That was a straight up shot.
Nothing emergency. Like it's not related to the thing that you're probably thinking about, Jesse. But just a couple, just a couple messages that are just not sitting right with me. So it's just kind of, we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, if I needed to leave, I would have left, and my brain wasn't 100% on you slandering
until you heard Jelani Woods,
my giant lover boy, Jelani Woods,
Hodor,
who now didn't get Bowers, didn't get Senated.
He just got AD Mitchell.
Well, and Will Mallory.
They play two different types of roles.
No, I totally get it. So, like, for me, like, you guys know where I was last year. Like, Josh Downs was my man last year.
Oh, I love him. Yeah.
And you saw it on the field. If you have a guy that can hit quick West Coast style throws.
Shit, I forgot about Josh Downs.
Absolutely will eat. And so you guys you both just brought up the fact that, like, Pittman, when he started bitching about getting the targets last year, he started getting fed.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Downs' targets went down.
Yes.
The offense declined. They couldn't move the ball because you were constantly forcing the ball to Pittman. And so it's like that type of situation. It's like, okay, you got your money, man. Like, you better relax. Like, the offense to run effectively has to be an underneath game. And so that's why I'm the most concerned is, like, I want to see if he can throw the ball to Josh Downs, because guess what? Josh Downs is always open underneath. So it's one of those things where I know I have already resigned myself to the fact that he's not going to produce this year, Downs. And I'm going to be as frustrated as I am watching Downs not get targets as I am watching Hunter Renfrow not get targets. Because to this day, I will still stand by the fact that the Raiders would be better if they just threw Renfrow the ball. But they still will not throw him the ball ever since they brought in Jacoby Myers. Completely different offense. And it's just like, dude, he's just so open all the time. It's just where I'm at. I just hate seeing it with guys like that.
Yeah, I feel you. I love Downs, but like the situation is what it is. It's like, man, I wish I could feel better about it. By the way, Jesse, did you know when I on our show when I go Jelani like that, I do it so loud that the audio cuts out.
Yes, actually, it happens on my end too. I just think dude. I mean, I'm a Philly fan. You think I don't respect the passion in that screen? Come on.
Yeah.
So, low key, one of your favorite expressions, Dallas. Low key, Josh Downs got open mid to deep, more than I expected him to last year.
Mm-hmm. Well, dude, he ran a 4.39. People are trying to act like he doesn't like that. There was nothing more.
Literally standing around open deep on a number of reps last year.
Nothing more frustrating to me in the draft process last year specifically than Josh Downs slander, because I'm just sitting there and people are like, he's not that athletic. Like, he's always doing these contested catches. I was like, dude, he's open all the time underneath. And then when he stops in his zone, then the quarterback's like, okay, 1, 2, now I'm going to throw it. And the guy's on his back. And guess what? Didn't drop the ball. Went up, climbed the ladder. I think that's my favorite phrase. That I use that way more than I think anyone else at this point. But climbs the ladder better than almost anyone.
I like step on toes, by the way. That's
step on toes, yeah. So he can do absolutely everything, but he is a true slot because he will do everything. I feel the same way about Malik Washington this year as I felt about Josh Downs last year. And I am just waiting for the Steelers to take Malik Washington because I just know that it's going to work out. And I'm going to be drafting him egregiously high compared to the rest of the people. Like,
who did the Steelers bring in? Oh, wait. I'm trying to. Oh,
the Steelers haven't.
They brought in the old
wide receiver yet.
Baltimore OC.
Yeah. Greg Roman's in the Chargers.
No, Arthur. You're talking about Arthur Smith?
Arthur Smith, my bad.
Yeah.
They brought in Arthur Smith. What can we expect out of Arthur
dude,
Smith?
I love Malik, but if he gets Arthur Smith, I don't know, man. I don't know.
But what can we honestly expect out of him there this year? What is
it's all about the quarterback, right? I mean, that's period, right? Do you
who's going to be the quarterback?
I will also say that like actual like DVOA for offense with Arthur Smith, he's always in the top like 10 to 12. It's just we as fantasy people don't like how he gets you there. And so
he's especially good at designing a run game. I get it. I get it. I'm just saying
all right.
Utilizing weapons outside of Bijan, like he utilizes people how they're supposed to be used. Like Jonnu Smith, he's the only person that's been able to unlock Jonnu Smith to his talent of what he's supposed to have. And you see, like, he's not just scheming up these wide open things. He's throwing screens to Jonnu in positions where it's like 2 DBs, and then Jonnu takes it 60 yards to the house because Jonnu can beat 2 DBs to the house every time. And it's just, it's easy to see. But like,
Jonnu can't get open, but if you give him the ball, he's lightning. I hear you. So I think I can sum this all up in Arthur Smith as saying, he's going to find a way to use James Washington correctly this year, even though he's not on the Steelers anymore.
No,
he's still going to do it.
Yeah. He might even be retired.
But seriously, that's who he is. He is going to resurrect a receiver this year that Calvin Austin.
Calvin Austin.
On the Steelers,
it's a Calvin Austin, Cordarrelle Patterson year.
There you go. Yep, absolutely. Calvin Austin is going to be a thing for like 3 weeks this year.
It is fun that you brought up James Washington because that was my comp for Jalen Polk. I think they play extremely similarly. It's just whether or not you're going to be able to effectively use him in the NFL.
That's really good because I thought James Washington was a good football player, just kind of never really used right.
He was a good college wide receiver that couldn't translate it to the NFL is what he became. And so that's what I'm concerned about with Polk. That's why I don't have him in my top 15.
I don't know that they ever used James Washington the way he should have been used.
He could do everything.
Like they expected him to be an X. They used him as an X.
That's because that's what he was in the Big 12, and it's a lot different being an X in the Big 12 than in the NFL. So
exactly. You have to have a different vision for a player. Like I'm going to go back to it again. All right, let's talk about it. Canales with Leggett. Did you read that quote today?
I read the quote that you posted or that, I don't know if it was you that posted it or not, but you tagged me in something. I kind of talked about
just anything rookie related. I just tag you. Okay.
Yeah. So my thing with Canales, I kind of talked about in the Patreon is like, it's not like his offense was groundbreaking. He runs like a very prototypical pro, like West Coast style offense. It's, when you're running that with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin as your top 2 targets, the offense is naturally going to look a lot better than what it is. Of course, Baker Mayfield was going to do better having the best wide receiver core, honestly, that he's had. And so it's that type of situation. He's good at using people. And so as long as he uses it correctly, I'm okay with it. But my end comp for Keon Coleman was Treylon Burks because it's that type of versatile weapon basically is what you're hoping to use.
No, Leggett.
No, that was Keon Coleman. Oh no, sorry, that was Leggett. Sorry, that was Leggett. I'm talking about someone else now. My comp for Keon Coleman was Rashad Bateman, and so that's where we had some kickback back and forth on that one. But
yeah, I'm not there with you. I'm not. Bateman had the long speed and shitty hands. Keon Coleman has the short burst.
So
and
you said that. I think you're thinking of a different prospect because Rashad Bateman.
No,
ran like
I'm seeing Bateman in the NFL cannot catch. I live in Baltimore.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
He's got Nelson Aguilar hands.
Dude, his reception perception is better than like half the leagues. like it is. It just is. He gets
but
open
reception perception does not get. That does not take into account whether he actually makes the catch. It's whether he's open on the route or not. That's what reception perception.
I'm very.
So I believe that.
I'm very curious. I'm going to look this up now as we talk about this more as to what the drop total was for Rashad Bateman in the last couple of years because I guarantee it's not as high as you're trying to paint it right now.
Okay. I mean, maybe it's that I live in Baltimore and everybody here just screams about how terrible his hands are all the time. So maybe I have a little bit of bias in that sense.
I think it's mainly also due to the fact that he came in with expectations to change that Baltimore passing game when they were never going to change the Baltimore passing game. They switched to a different coordinator last year, and it's still the same passing game. It's still underneath with deep shots occasionally to Zay Jones. Like that's what the
yeah,
offense
but
is.
the volume is higher and there's motion. There was no motion. Like Monken is a little more creative than the great one. You have to give him that, right?
Yes.
Rashad
Bateman.
As far as all right, let's move to Keon Coleman then.
Just let me finish Bateman real quick. He's only had 9 drops across his career, so that's.
But he's only played in 9 games.
No, he's played in 16, 6, and 12. Yeah,
injury has been his issue. Yeah.
It is. Talk to me about Keon Coleman in Buffalo's offense. So I'm going to preface this by saying I'm going to give you my take that I am with Matt Harmon. He was a very hard evaluation for me, right? And then Matt Harmon brought him into focus for me as a big slot, and I really like that. But as an X, I really, really don't. And now you see him in Buffalo with Curtis Samuel and Kincaid, and I don't care about Knox, but also
put respect on Khalil Shakir's name. Yeah.
Khalil Shakir as well. You now have 4 players that sort of occupy a lot of the same sort part of the field, or should, right? So now tell me why I'm wrong that it's a bad fit. And then everybody else is going to be high on Keon Coleman there because it's just a wide receiver to Buffalo and Josh Allen is quarterback. So they're going to be high on him. But I personally feel that it's a bad fit. Sorry. I asked you a question and I gave you an answer.
I don't think it's a great fit. I think that, obviously biased because I'm a Shakir guy, but I think Khalil Shakir is better slot than what you would get out of Keon Coleman. I immediately, when it was drafted, I think he's the replacement for Gabe Davis, as crazy as that sounds, because Gabe Davis isn't that crazy of an athlete. And so I think they're literally going to try to use him as an X. Well, I think he ran in the 4 or 5s at his 40.
But okay, well, he gets open deep.
Yeah, no, he does get open deep. He's a big dude. You throw him a one-on-one contested ball, he's going to get it. But that's kind of what you do with Keon.
But a lot of Gabe Davis is the DB is behind him by a step.
Yeah, he didn't have a ton of deep passes this last year. It was a weird year for him. But I just my main exposure.
Yeah, definitely not this last year.
Sure. My main exposure to him, watching him on tape, is against the Chiefs, and they constantly would be running posts with him. And if it's a 20-yard post, he would. If you throw him the ball in between the DB when he starts to break, in between the safety, he'll catch it every time because he's a big, gritty dude, and he would always come down with it. So it's if you go back and look at the crazy Chiefs Buffalo game 2 years ago in the playoffs that went to 13 seconds or whatever. Yeah. Literally, he scored all 3 touchdowns back to back to back on a post, doing the exact same moves, the exact same thing against the exact same type of coverage. And so it's Keon. So I said this when I broke down his film the final time with my final comp for him, where I was I didn't do a good enough job saying he is a good separator underneath. He can separate underneath. Yeah. It's just he does not have the long speed to continue that separation. And so then at that point, he's open immediately. So if you're his first read, cool, you're going to hit him every time. He's going to get you 9 to 15 yards. It's going to look really great in the offense. If he's your second read, a lot of contested catches, he may come down with it. You're looking at 6 yards. If he's your third read, it's either getting picked or it's an incompletion every time. And so that's the thing with Keon is he just doesn't have the athletic separation continuation ability is what I would say. And so if he just a little bit faster, I think it would be better, but it's especially with how nickel corners are, where it's an important position now. It's not thing that you just throw away. They're not just hiding bad athletes in the slot anymore.
Yeah, you trade up for Cooper DeJean to play that position.
Yeah, that kind of thing. What I mean? But it's just one of those things where I think he would have been in a much better position if they weren't relying on him to be their number 1. And now that they are relying on him to be their number 1, I have my reservations.
Brian, you had something to say.
When it comes to this Gabe Davis role, I agree. I agree about his lack of long speed. So I guess I just don't. then what is he? Is he clearing things out? Is he a blocker? Is he taking the top off a defense if he's trying to be Gabe Davis? Like that's a waste. Like I was thinking maybe in the thing that where Diggs suffered in the Joe Brady offense, part of the reason he suffered fantasy wise was the lower ADOT. So I was thinking, that Keon would be a lower ADOT type of guy because of that early separation and because of the Joe Brady thing. And because, yes, there is overlap between guys like in that area of the field, that's still what offenses are doing. They're horizontal motion. They're winning over the middle of the field. Like the game isn't won outside the numbers and deep very much. So I don't know. I just if he's playing the Gabe Davis role, then I kind of like him even less.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. I just don't think he's well suited for that role. Do you, Dallas?
No, and so that's my thing is like that's why when I immediately saw it, I was like, okay, that's your Gabe Davis replacement just based off of like skill set and what you would assume. But it's like Gabe Davis wasn't successful when Gabe Davis was there, and so it's like cool, like you're hoping that he can be better with it. But it's kind of, I mean, it kind of leans into my comp too a little bit with Rashad Bateman with Coleman, just to the fact of like if you're not going to use him correctly, he's not going to do anything for you. And so it's like you can funnel in targets, and they're probably going to based off of this. So you're hoping that they learn from their mistakes. But with the separation that they are going to have with their other two options now in Curtis Samuel and Shakir compared to what Coleman can get you, I don't know that it is a good move to rely on him as your initial target, because when initial separation is what you need, Curtis Samuel's your guy. That would be my argument, is he has the explosion to beat everyone else on the roster. And then when you take into we didn't even talk about Dalton Kincaid in this situation.
Right. If you want a mismatch, then you have Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
And you'd rather
and so
go
it's like
with him,
you have to stick him on the outside. He cannot play the slot because there's three people that can play the slot, in my opinion, better than what he can. And so now he's forced into the X, and you have to rely on him as a tunnel thought, which is fine if you're going to target him repeatedly. But if you're not, it's going to be pretty bad. So, yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Both of you, it's not really it's philosophically. Do you think with the new kickoff rule that guys might get a little bump in draft capital, maybe 10, 12 picks, something like that, where a team says with Keon Coleman, like, oh, he's the only person to return a punt for a touchdown in that stadium's history, and okay, well, let's draft him at 33, even though, like, as just a wide receiver, if there wasn't that attached, we wouldn't like him there. Because I'm trying to figure out, like, with the running backs and some of these, like the Corley wide receivers, Malachi Corley, are they going to get a little too much DC because of the kickoff rule change? And that's going to throw fantasy managers for a loop. I don't know if it's going to be big enough in year one, but just a thought. Yeah.
I think it's definitely going to help, because I'm like, cool, Velus Jones might not be useless on the roster for the Bears now. It's like, what the first thing, as soon as I heard the rule change, I was like, cool, he doesn't have any pressure in his face in there. There's no reason he shouldn't catch the ball. Like, that's basically where I was at. So it definitely is going to help. I will state, like,
no, he's still useless. Like,
this is realistically where Malachi Corley probably should be going into the third round. And so I don't think it's helping him that much, because if it did help a ton, he's the first guy I think of in this class.
Well, the 49ers are up, and the comp, and who people say are going to get traded.
Dude, if they double dip at wide receiver and then don't trade either one of the wide receivers, that would be absolutely insane.
They're going to go deep.
Also, I want to point out that we are getting into the territory where one of my hot takes for today was pretty. I mean, we got obviously a whole round, but I did say my hot take was Roman Wilson falls to day 3, and we're through the second.
I don't argue with that at all. Yeah. I mean, Roman Wilson is like. He is the biggest, like, house of cards. How do I say it? Like, sleight of hand type of prospect in this draft. He's all smoke and mirrors. That's what I was thinking of. He's the biggest smoke and mirrors in this draft.
I disagree. I like him. I think he'll go round 3.
The Jets just traded up 8 spots.
Wide receiver.
So, yeah, Niners went corner. A lot of defense going. So, Dallas, talk to me about...
Or a safety. The safety is really the only position the Jets don't really have great on defense. That would be their highest defensive need. So, for me, it's either a safety offensive line or pass catcher.
They could go wide receiver here for sure.
Yeah.
There's some names on the board.
Javon Baker, Jermaine Burton.
Would be very
the head coach
interesting
does
here.
like defensive linemen, is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
There's still some offensive linemen on the board too that are.
They took that guy. What was it, Will McDonald or whatever? It was like 13th or 15th overall last year.
So, it's a trade. Oh yeah. Dallas, talk to me about the second big bombshell tonight in Ladd to the Chargers.
I think that they wanted to find someone to replace the target role of Keenan Allen. It's really as simple as that. Like anyone
but how do you see the fit?
Oh, there's Malachi Corley to the Jets.
There it is. I just called it.
Yep.
I just said Corley.
Okay.
Yeah, that is that'll be interesting. I
love it.
I think that Malachi Corley will be able to garner targets from Aaron Rodgers is the debate I'm going to be having over the next 4 months, because
actually that's
he just gave the jet sweeps.
Really
to get that
good point.
That tap pass is going to be that's all he needs.
He better be getting handoffs because he does not like rookies.
It's kind of an unknowable though. It's if you're in Aaron Rodgers' circle, you're all right. And if you're not all right. And we don't know that. You have to be in the locker room for that. So, do we know who this year's Hard Knocks is?
No.
If it's the Jets again, we'll know. Because if Corley's hanging out with Aaron Rodgers, we'll know.
Yeah, everyone wants it to be the Bears. I will say this is probably the only scenario where the Bears would say okay, because Caleb Williams is young enough and stupid enough to be like, yeah, bring it on. I'll take you guys, have the camera on me, because he's very eccentric, but also
disaster for you guys.
I would be fine
not
with
what
it.
he needs. He needs to be humbled.
With it. He needs to be, dude. You know what he needs? He needs the Cleveland game that Justin Fields had. He needs to get sacked 8 times in a game, and then he will have his head on straight.
So Dallas, my question for you is, what does this do to my
absolutely unscrew? By the way, because you know what I mean. You don't know how tightly it's screwed on to begin with, and that's to me that's the biggest question with Caleb Williams. If you can play out of structure, you're fine in structure. That is one of the most ridiculous arguments against a quarterback that I've ever heard, is that you're too good out of structure to play in structure. That's ridiculous. The biggest question for him is, can he be a leader of men? Can he take over the locker room? Can he be a franchise quarterback?
It's all about
or is he?
That's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, right. And we can't know that. We can't know. I'm sorry, Brian. I feel like I cut you off.
No, it's okay. Listen, I haven't done a show with Drinking Jesse in a while. I'm a little rusty, so.
Hey, man, I'm awake.
I was just gonna make a joke. What this means for my Xavier Gibson shares? That's really all I was gonna say.
Oh, nice. Who turned you on to Xavier? I'm sorry, Xavier Gibson.
Him running a punt back or something.
That was me.
I thought you were telling me Jason Brownlee.
I was telling you about both.
By the way.
All right. Xavier, I thought that Xavier Gibson translated more quickly to the NFL, and that Brownlee was more of a long shot, but more of a higher upside. Gibson's a slot, where Brownlee is an outside receiver, and if it were to ever like the light were to ever really turn on for him, like he's got a higher upside.
There we go. I knew they were going to take one. I just thought it was going to be Jonathan Brooks. Trey Benson to the Cardinals.
Oh, you're way ahead of us.
Yep.
They're still announcing the Jets.
Trey Benson to the Cardinals.
Okay,
yep. And that was my prediction, was Jonathan Brooks to go there, because you can't rely on Connor for a whole season, and that would have been the
of course you can't.
But Connor's contract is up after this year. Good. They needed a running back. They're getting ahead of it. It's the perfect fit for him.
Yeah, it's a great fit. Yeah, it's great.
Learn behind Connor. You've got Kyler. You've got Marvin Harris in there. Yeah,
they have very similar skill sets.
So back to Corley. king of low ADOT besides the king of Yak are this just throwing it out there just because this is what we do. Fewer targets in PPR for Breece Hall.
Yeah.
I mean, he was going to get fewer anyway because last year they were just like, we have nobody just here. Our quarterbacks can't throw here. I mean, but what would you expect from him versus
I'm not worried about Breece
now after? Yeah. I'm not worried about him overall. I'm just specifically his target share now that they have a low ADOT weapon type guy.
You know? It'll be a bigger pie. So I'm not worried about.
Well, I would just say so. If you remember Rodgers' time in Green Bay, it was he doesn't do the check down to the running back. He does the designed running plays, the designed pass options with Aaron Jones. That's what he would do. That's why Aaron Jones was so successful as a receiving back, is because he's the running hitches, running the zags, the in and out routes that are designed to go to him, basically, if the first read isn't there. So I don't think Breece will take a massive hit, but you touched on it. Innately, he's going to get a lot less targets just because it's a much better quarterback that doesn't have to check down to the running back all the time. So
it's called the FU. I'm Aaron Rodgers and I'm throwing touchdowns to my running backs instead of handing off to my running back so that I can win an MVP.
The other thing about Corley is, who is also a former running back, didn't Rodgers like to play pony formation a little bit with the two backs? Like when AJ Dillon had any fantasy use whatsoever, it was pretty much with Aaron Rodgers. So, are we going to see like a two back pony thing with Corley in the back?
I would say a lot of that was probably more LaFleur, just because I think he's probably, as a Bears fan, having to play him twice a year, he's probably the most underrated offensive coordinator role that's in the league right now. He always has a solid game plan. You never think that the Packers are out of their depth when they're playing someone on offense. It's just whether or not the quarterback makes mistakes, basically. But I will also say that probably was something they could get away with when Rodgers was a little bit more mobile, but coming off of the Achilles at this age, I'm not super confident that they're going to be doing crazy stuff like that. Mm-hmm. I do think the thing that it locks in the most, what we kind of touched on earlier, I think this locks in what we want to happen, though, because this puts Mike Williams on the outside at the X. It puts Garrett Wilson in the slot, and then you have your true Z move piece in Malachi Corley now. I think it's like the ideal scenario is them getting a player like this to exemplify the options there.
So you're saying that Wilson will be more off the line of scrimmage in the slot or on the line of scrimmage in the slot?
He can do both, but probably off the line of scrimmage.
Because I was thinking he would be flanker here and Corley would be slot, but
I don't. So that's the thing, though, is Corley can do both very well. It's just I guess it depends on what they want to do, because if they want to move Garrett Wilson all the way around the formation in motion all the time, that's the easiest way to get him on one-on-one coverage.
Yeah.
I don't know. That offense just got significantly better just from having someone like that.
Versatility, flexibility. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just the flexibility that gives you. Even if he doesn't pan out, the options you have with the other two now are significantly better.
And most importantly, the future is bright, therefore, for Izzy Abanikanda.
Yeah, let's go.
It's Izzy's year, man. It's Izzy's year. He's gonna take some touches off of Breece's total there, get some of those inside straight ahead runs. We'll be good.
Hey, all I know is my one cut big hitters, my backs that I've been calling, they do nothing their first year. They end up either getting traded or someone gets injured the second year, and then they start popping off. It's what happened with Pierre Strong in New England. It's what happened with Jerome Ford in Cleveland last year. We're hoping for Iggy.
I like Ford coming out too. Yeah. Benson to the Cardinals, we like because getting to learn behind Connor and stuff like that, but and probably an overall improved offense. Decent as a pass catcher, nothing, great as far as routes and hands, but was used and he was fine, especially I think in 2022, even more so than 2023. So we like that. Benson 66th overall with no ACL. Jonathan Brooks 46th overall with the ACL. Who are you taking in rookie drafts?
I already had Benson ahead of him. And so I'm going to be going Benson, just one coming off an injury and then two landing spot. Like I still have questions about Carolina's offense in general, as well as offensive line. You still have concerns about coming off of it. If I'm banking on half of the season at the tail end of one of these backs, I'm going to be banking on Benson in a better offense with Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler, and the lion's share, as opposed to having to share with whatever's happening in Carolina.
Well, hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt this conversation. Can you guys do me a favor and give me some draft advice or trade advice?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
So I apologize to Mugly in DWZ Patreon, but I have a trade on the table, and I promised I would do this early in the show, but so many things happened early, I couldn't. So let's talk about it. I'm thinking about trading up for 101. Would y'all give up?
Talking about specifically for Caleb?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would take Caleb.
I just for context, I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I would take Caleb. So the offer on the table is I would get 101. I'd give up 104, 110, Marvin Mims, and 205.
So 104, 110. So 104 in this scenario would get you
Neighbors or May. I would take Neighbors or May, personally.
I'm going to be real with you. I don't know that it's worth the move up.
It's a lot. It feels like at least one piece too many. I was prepared to give the 110 and the 104.
That's not going to do it. I mean, you might be able to shave off Mims or the 205 there, but is Caleb Williams worth 3 generic first round picks? Right now.
No.
So most people would say yes.
Right? Yeah.
I'm going to say, well, man, it's just, is he Stroud or is he Bryce Young?
Well, that's not even the context that you have to come in with. It's the fact of there's only one quarterback one every year who's the best quarterback that happens in there. So it's like he has to be on Josh Allen's level, basically, or Patrick Mahomes' level, or else you're drastically overpaying, because even Justin Herbert consistently has fluctuated between quarterback 6 to quarterback like 14, depending on the year. And so you can't just guarantee that he's good. Plus, how many guys constantly cycle into the top 12, everything like that. And I hate JJ McCarthy. Everyone understands that at this point based off of my offseason stuff. But like at 104, I'd be considering JJ there just from him going to Minnesota. Like
I'm not. I'd rather have Knicks at I also have 109, 110, and 112. So I'd rather get whatever quarterback is there at 109.
You're not getting a quarterback that late.
You don't think I'm getting Knicks at 109?
He went as the 12th overall pick, and if we
okay.
Oh yeah,
if I'm not getting Knicks at 109, then I'm getting Bowers or Odunze.
Yeah, I'm
sorry, Brian. Is that what you said?
Yeah, no, I think Knicks is. Are we saying, is Dallas saying Knicks will go higher than 109? Yeah. I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, I'm not drafting him there. I don't. I think
it's technically 110. But
I think we had our 7. McCarthy kind of confirmed that for most people the tier is now 8 players, and then after that, I'm taking guys like Worthy, maybe Brian Thomas before I take a Bo Nix. I mean, I just am, and the way I'm thinking about Marvin, I love Marvin Mims, but he's a mystery this year with Bo Nix as quarterback. 205 is a mystery box. 110 with potentially Jonathan Brooks or Trey Benson now moving up into the late first. You're looking at, I don't know, fucking Ricky Pearsall and Xavier Legette. Have them. I mean, you can have all those mystery boxes and give me Caleb.
110, I have Brian Thomas.
Because then I can take it, because at 203, 204, or wherever I am in the second round, I can get guys like Ladd McConkey and shit that are pretty much the same level that I'm rating guys like Brian Thomas or the running back or that sort of thing. Like, is what you're getting at 110 really all that qualitatively different from whatever your next second round pick is? I don't think so. I mean, don't get me wrong. I tried to shave off either Mims or the second in the counter, but I mean, in principle, in general, I like the deal.
Yeah, it's not the valuation that's there for me. It's just the concept of what you would be able to move those future assets for, even if they don't pan out. We've seen it too many times with the quarterback positions for guys that fall into that late first, early second, where it's like there was a time during last season where you could have traded Will Levis for a first plus. And so it's just concepts like that where like he didn't even look good the rest of the season. He's still the starter. People still probably are charging a first if you want him on your team in Superflex.
But let me say
that value compared to wide receivers is just never going to be the same value. And so if you're not in
but that
win
is
now,
a tough needle to thread still, because I will say that I do have teams, not a lot of them and not a lot of shares, but I do have teams that I'm stuck with Mac Jones and Kenny Pickett.
Well, that's because that's because you waited.
Well, it's because I couldn't get the above what I drafted them for value. It just never happened in that league.
No, so you waited until they started playing badly to try to trade them.
Kenny Pickett and Mac Jones to trade them for either a higher first or a first and a second, because I got them both for around 110 value, right? Okay. So my play was, all right, I'll take this guy and he'll either pan out, or in his second year, I'll trade him for slightly higher than I drafted him for. And I did it in a few leagues, and then in a few leagues, I couldn't. So it's like, what I'm saying is it's league dependent, and it's a tough needle to thread is all I'm saying.
No, so that's fine. I'm just saying from your mindset though. So it's like, it's a different capacity. You should never be holding them and then attempting to get higher value, basically. So if you had drafted Mac Jones at the 110, and after his first year, where he was like offensive rookie of the year, basically, and panned out, you sell him because you didn't believe in him going into. It's bad form if you tried to hold him for longer to increase the value. Because if you tried to sell Mac Jones after his rookie year, I cannot believe that no one would pay you higher than the 110 for him. Like, conceptually, it like you had to have waited to year 2 to where he started to falter, because his value was like 2 firsts after that first season.
I never got that value for him. I mean, I shopped him on a constant basis.
That's just wild, because Daniel Jones has been worth a first for like half a decade now and has never been a good quarterback.
Kind of.
Like it's just wild.
At this point, he is again, basically, because he wasn't there for a while, but now he kind of is again.
Yeah. It's
but
just
I get it. But what I'm saying is, like, you have to be a very savvy dynasty player, right, to thread that needle always, and you are going to get caught sometimes. I'm not saying you're not going to get caught on a wide receiver either.
Yeah, I was going to say the hit rate and risk for wide receiver and other positions is significantly worse than quarterback.
Sure. Sky Moore is just staring at me on a few rosters, man. I get you. Waddle's staring at me on a few rosters too. It's all the same range. Waddle, Devontae Smith, Sky Moore, Mac Jones.
Is the argument that you're making here that the 110 is the quarterback that's going to retain the value? Is that what you're saying? Or is it the 104 that's May? Like, what are we arguing here? Like, because for me, like, value retention is almost the only reason I would pick a Knicks or a Penix.
Yeah, so
because I don't like them as players.
Yeah, and if you need a quarter, that's what I'm saying is like long-term value. Like, you feel what do you feel more significant about? That Malik Neighbors is going to be a top 10 wide receiver for the next 5 years, or that Caleb Williams is going to be a top 5 quarterback for the next 5 years?
Malik Neighbors.
Okay, then Malik Neighbors would be your pet, because you're not giving up the assets to move up for a less sure thing, and then you still have the value bump of drafting a quarterback in the correct spot, based off of the fact that if you don't believe on him at all, you know full well that either during his rookie season or immediately after you are going to be selling him, you should be able to get more than the 110, even if it's the 19, the 18. Even if it's a first round pick in general, it doesn't matter, because the odds of you hitting on one of those 7 wide receivers that we all agree is in this big group is 1 in 7 probably. Like, all of those guys are not going to hit.
The difference is, though, so like I view the end of the first round as players that I'm hoping to get some kind of like hype boost or value boost in season and trade off. Christian Watkins, George Pickens, those type of players that if I have to take them, don't love them as prospects, have to take them, I'm going to get some sort of value boost and get a gain. When I'm looking at
did he freeze for you?
Yeah, he froze. Yeah.
Players that I don't want to stock. Did I freeze up there?
You froze. We didn't hear it, but I knew where you're going with it.
All right, yeah. So what I'm saying in the top end of the first round, I'm looking at players that I don't want to play the stock market game with, and I want a cornerstone player that's going to stay on my roster.
Yeah, that was my argument with Malik Neighbors because that's realistically who you'd be drafting at 104.
Okay.
So that like it's even if you called them even, you're having all of that excess value by not trading up with the even asset of Malik Neighbors versus Caleb Williams with what you could trade them for or keep them for or have stability at the position. It's just where I'm at. So it's just I am always going to be less aggressive trading up. I'm never going to trade 2 additional firsts to get someone. And so that's just like a baseline practice because we say it every year. There's a prospect. Someone's like, oh, he's worth 3. He's worth 3 to me. They make the trade and they regret it later. It's just that total number of assets can bankrupt your team going forward.
It's the bullets theory. You want, you know your aim is going to be bad. So you want the most bullets.
We like to call it shots on goal. Bites out of the apple, as some of the NFL draft analysts say. So I'm going to simplify this question for you and just ask you how many 101s do you have?
Me?
No, well, Jesse.
Me? 0. I have 0 101s.
Well,
I will have 0 Caleb Williams.
Then to me, it's a portfolio question.
Although I have a couple
you
102s.
need to.
I have a couple 102s, and there's a chance that I might get a couple Caleb Williams.
It's a chance, but
with the landing spots of the wide receivers, it would be ridiculous for anyone to reach on one of them as opposed to Neighbors.
MHJ. I'm just saying MHJ could go 101.
The only scenario that happens, I think, is if the 101 has Kyler. I think that's the only scenario that happens.
So I would try to get the deal done by either shaving off, let's say counter with shave off Mims and then get something else back and start from there.
Okay.
I would just shave off the 205 and call it good. I'd be fine sending Mims.
Okay.
Personally.
I don't know if I'd rather have Mims or the 205. I'm intrigued by Mims.
My thinking was the other person would rather have the 205, so you kind of you keep that in because they're giving up the 101, so they need to get something out of this. And then
actually talk to me as about Mims as a prospect, Dallas. I don't remember where you were on him. It seems like if I remember, you were down. You thought he was just a speed threat.
I wasn't as high on him. He was consensusly ranked higher than Josh Downs in everyone's ranks last year, which was fucking insane to me. Like, it just didn't make sense because his game, albeit he could be used as a small, undersized flanker move around piece, was perennially at Oklahoma used as a deep threat that would be a one-cut, deep post, deep corner type of move that would outspeed everyone. And that's what he was. And so that's what he's being used at currently in Denver. And so now with Bo Nix in town, your height that you're hoping for is that he becomes Troy Franklin, but he's not even remotely as well-rounded of a prospect as what Troy Franklin is. And so, like, Bo Nix doesn't have a cannon. So when he gets a separation deep, he doesn't often hit it. He was hitting Troy Franklin underneath. So you have to change how you're using Mims in order to get the same type of production from that type of player. And so I'm just not as high on him now versus what I was at the draft time or anything like that. It's just, cool. As of right now on paper, he's the wide receiver 2 on that team. I feel more confident in Tim Patrick at cost than I do with Marvin Mims at cost. So
that's that's kind of a nail in his coffin when you bring up Tim Patrick because he's competent. Like, he's a competent number 2 wide receiver.
They just keep paying him. Even Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Sean Payton saw something when he joined on where he's like, "Yep, I want him. Pay him Like it's
Yeah.
wild. He hasn't played like a down in like 3 years. It's insane.
But he gets open when he's out there.
Yeah.
Like straight up on a consistent basis. I think it's just the savvy, with him.
Yeah.
All
Also,
right.
speaking of
All right.
Troy
So,
Franklin,
all right,
he's
then
like
I'll take
the only wide
205
receiver
over.
still up.
All right, then I'll take 205 over Mims.
Yeah.
Easily. With that evaluation, I mean, I think he could be more, but
Where, I mean, the exercise you need to do with the 205.
I don't see the skill set lineup with the offense or the quarterback.
Well, you just need to rank him in this year's class and then look at where the landing spots were. And once you have your final ranks and where Mims are based off of who's been drafted right now, if he doesn't crack the top 10, it's not even a question.
He'd be like 310 in this class.
Yeah, so that's my point, is you want the 205 because you're going to get a better wide receiver. Yeah.
All right, so let me ask you guys this. Are you cool with me countering with 104, 110, and Mims? Because he actually added Mims to the trade, so I feel like he wants him.
Okay.
Yeah.
For 101.
Yeah, and if he kicks back is like, I need a little more, then toss him a third. Toss him whatever your third round.
I was just thinking.
Because it doesn't matter.
I was just thinking, if I want to just get this done, maybe I just replace Mims with a third.
What do you mean replace your second with a third?
Oh, I'm sorry, my second one.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to do that right now.
Yeah. Also, sneaky fit is Troy Franklin to Dallas right now. The pick's not in, but
I got Panthers on the clock. Oh, Chicago's coming up, Dallas.
Oh, sick.
We got Bears pick and then Philly pick 3 picks later, so that's going to be fun. All right, so Brian.
Yes.
We didn't talk too much about Jonathan Brooks to the Panthers. Do you have thoughts?
I always have thoughts. So Jonathan Brooks, RB1, obviously for me, but with an asterisk, right? Because of the ACL. It's a really interesting situation because, from what we hear is without the ACL, some teams were even considering him late first or early second round, right? And he went 46, so that makes sense, right? The question is for me in a rookie draft, what do I want at my running back? Do I want a guy that's going to hit in the first year, accrue value, and trade him because that's what I do, and I only want running backs if I'm contending anyway? Or do I want to take Jonathan Brooks and essentially redshirt him for, I don't know, half the season, a little bit more, and then trade him down the playoff stretch to people who have injured running backs and that sort of thing? And then on top of that, it's like, okay, which of those do you want to do? And now what price do you want to pay for it? Right. So at the moment, I think Brooks is still for me like a mid second round, and I'll mix him in, but his value for the first, I don't know, 8 weeks of the season from what we think now is going to be he's on the bench. So hello.
Holy shit. Woo! Coming on in. Talking about Jonathan Brooks is Austin Bell. The auspicious Austin Bell. First of all, before we talk about anything Panthers or NFL, did you win your playoff game, your championship game in basketball?
We did not. We lost by 6.
Man. Oh man, how'd you?
It was fine. We were down 1 with 8 seconds left, and some chaos occurred. We got a tech, and 1 at the same play.
Oh.
Yeah. I hit a 3 with 11 seconds left and didn't get a foul call. So one of my teammates went wild to the point where we messed up on the press zone that we were running, and it allowed a layup. So the guy that was yelling just went and pushed the guy that went up for a layup. So, yeah.
So do you know the referees?
Nah, it's different ones every week. I mean,
Okay.
we may have, we've had them before, but nothing like that.
I was gonna say just like one hard basketball to the nuts, and you can just forget about the whole thing. You know what I mean?
My game will be over.
I'm sorry, we were talking about physical movement, and I just kind of zoned out there. I just,
Oh, Brian doesn't know how to play basketball. He only knows how to watch it.
Well, that's just as fun.
kind of like sections of the Constitution that yeah. So cool. Cowboys up again.
We do not do politics around here.
No. I
Boston.
was saying it just like sex. I know how to do it, but I only watch it.
No.
But I was like,
gotcha.
You know,
Okay.
like the shaving cream song, right? Piles of shaving cream, be nice and clean. No, okay.
No.
You
Dallas
don't remember shaving cream?
Dallas got an offensive alignment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was also just brutal. Falcons took who I assumed the Bears were probably going to take in Braylon Trice right before us.
You guys have done enough. Right. Austin.
Yes.
Jonathan Brooks to the Panthers. Thoughts?
I mean, I like getting the best player at a position in the draft. For fantasy, it should be interesting because they have nobody as good as him.
What do you
I
think
have
about
a feeling
the fit?
it's perfect fit for Canales' scheme. And I just saw multiple reports after he got drafted that they're expecting him a full go for July 1st.
Oh wow! Oh well, that changes everything.
Which makes it
Yeah, he was
more
supposed to be
interesting.
he was supposed to be ready by training camp, is what the reports were like a month ago. That's why I didn't respond in the group chat when the guys started talking about him.
Yeah,
being
he's
5
already
months out from the
he's
ACL.
already cutting.
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks ago, I think it was. And so the report came out. They said full go by July 1st is the expectation. So,
Brian, I have to give you props because people on the spectrum are not supposed to be as good at sarcasm as the rest of us. So, good job.
Stop stereotyping me. That was not sarcastic.
No.
That was literal. I do not like you.
I don't understand. No, I'm so confused.
I think, between me on the spectrum and you being drunk. No, I'm just kidding. No offense to fellow autistic people. I love you all. I'm just fucking around.
Actually, what I'm trying to do is send a trade offer that you guys just told me to send. So
I'll ask the question then that everybody really wants to ask. It's real easy to be happy about the RB1, Austin. How are you feeling about Country Boy low moving cost for Xavier Legette?
I don't know, man. They've been on him for months now, so they got the guy they wanted. The trade itself, I was very happy with. I thought the cost was extremely cheap to move up for a fifth year option. The player is what the player is. They've loved him. I had a feeling they were going to do it. I've tried to fight it for weeks now, but that's just who they were taking. I don't really have much conviction. If they use him the way Canales spoke about using him, then I should be happy and he should see some production. But otherwise, he was wide receiver 10 for me this year, and that's kind of how I feel about him.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan, but as you said, if the usage is the right kind of usage, then he's got a path, right? The path might be narrow, but he's got a path.
Yeah. He's obviously an outlier. I mean, a fifth-year breakout, 23-year-old, 6'1", 220, fast, not great separator, good at the catch point, yak guy, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not going to be too in on him, especially at what is probably an increased price, but I'm not going to be completely out on him either. I mean,
where are you in at? Like, where are you comfortable taking him? We've seen majority of the players that are relevant in that area go off the board now. So where are you at with them?
See, the thing is, he started lower for me. He started as 15. I was pretty much a doubter. So it's like, how far up am I coming? 205, 206.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm at like 203 or 405 something. So it's such a big jumble.
Yeah.
That's
fine. I mean, we talk about the fluidity of like 3 through 8 now, but like also like 9 through like the mid second is going to be pick your flavor. Pearsall, Leggett, the running backs, Ladd, Nix, Penix. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Dallas feel any different?
No. Based off of landing spot right now, I have them at 204. So I'm in the same range as you guys. Sorry, I'm distracted. The Bears pick is about to come in, so I'm paying attention to this.
Are we going to get another shotgun beer?
Depends on who it is. My guess was it's either going to be a center or a defensive lineman. But
who do you want?
Yeah, that's the.
Oh, shocker! A tackle. Wasn't that guy? Kieran Abagaji.
So no shotgun.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah, we needed a center, especially with Bordellini and Cedric Van Pran both on the board. Kind of surprising we didn't go there. And then you still had like Mo Kamara and what's his name? Jalix Hunt out of Houston Christian. They're like the definition of 4-3 ends. But yeah, no. Oh well. What do I know, right?
That's how I felt at every pick so far.
Yeah.
Not me.
It's we blatantly still need defensive linemen, but we now have officially gone 3 straight offensive picks. So it's all just around building around Caleb. So I don't know anything about offensive linemen. So just hands off on that aspect.
Who was the third pick?
It's Kieran Abagaji. He's an offensive tackle at a Yale, 6'5", 323 pounds, true junior, had an 80 pass blocking grade last year, an 89 run blocking grade. Zone and
He's
gap
smart.
are basically identical. Yeah.
He went to Yale.
Yeah. I think he was like the 5th rated tackle left on the board. So,
I mean, if he's in Skull and Bones, then he's got like legit Illuminati pull. So
yeah, someone's gonna get a steal with someone's gonna get a steal with Brandon Dorless still on the board right now from Oregon. That dude's a monster, but
is what do we have for linebacker? Is Jeremiah Trotter Jr. still on the board?
Yeah, Peyton Wilson's still there.
Yeah.
Wait, Junior?
Peyton Wilson is still there.
Is Junior still there?
Jeremiah Trotter Jr.? Yes.
Most likely.
No, that Junior
Colson, no, he went.
No, there's been like 4 or 5 that have been taken. Trotter did not test well at all at the combine.
No, he's a mid to late day 3 guy now.
Yeah.
I don't care. He's an axe man. So there's no linebacker here.
Peyton Wilson, absolutely.
Yeah.
If the medical's clear, he's probably the best. Yeah, I think he's the best.
We're at the point in the draft where I only know skill position.
He's the best linebacker in the class, but medicals are a huge concern.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what you want, because like Cedric Gray out of North Carolina is like the new age linebacker is what I would say. He's like 235 or something like that, I think is what he weighed in at.
Yeesh.
But he had like
we already had
6 or 7. No, but he had like 6 or 7 interceptions in college, like 19 pass breakups. Like he is a
so he's a
defender underneath. Yeah, like
so he's a
flies around like a madman. Yeah.
Wilson's a run stopping guy. He's not great in coverage, and the medicals are terrifying, but he is a very good linebacker.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by terrifying? What happened?
He's been hurt like 3 years or something like that. It's a lot.
Okay. Yeah. I was not going to take a guy like that. All right, Denver's
All right,
picking.
gents. I stuck around until after the Bears pick, but I am signing off for day 2.
Dallas, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you coming on. It was a blast. Thank you so much for your insight on these prospects. We really appreciate it. We're going to take what you gave us, chew on it, and turn it into Dynasty value.
There you go. I appreciate it. Yeah, my parting shot, I guess, is what we'll call it. I think Troy Franklin is going to end up. Where do I want it? I think he's going to the Steelers. I think that's who they're gonna take. 84. That's my shot.
It's really sad that he's fallen this far. It's scary and sad.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But yeah.
Give us your
All right,
plugs
guys.
before you go, Dallas.
Oh yeah, Salad Galore. You can find me on Twitter. Dallas spelled backwards with double L. Rookie Rundown on DWZ Network. I have to start compiling all of this fun stuff for an immediate post-draft ranks for everyone. So that'll be my day tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for your time, sir. Have a great
Later,
night.
guys.
See you, Dallas.
All right, Austin. We haven't gotten any first round takes from you. So what I want to know is first, biggest surprise outside of Penix.
I mean, I feel like it's got to be Ricky Pearsall in the first.
And what do you think about him?
I like him with Shanahan.
What's his value to him now? What's his value to what's his? Where would you take him now in a rookie draft?
I mean, I guess it's got to be early second. I mean, in that same range.
That's not good enough. I want a 2-0 what?
Oh, I haven't done that. The draft's not over, so you're not going to get that from me. It's early second. I'm not adjusting ranks as the picks come in. I'll do that after.
Well, all right. So, but I mean, we can nail these down at this point, right? Like, so is Ladd a first rounder for you?
Well, I just got home. I hadn't had a chance to do none of this.
Oh, okay. Ladd went to the Chargers.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen it all. I love that. Honestly, the day two.
All right, let's just talk about
guys.
Fitz and what's happening.
Love Ladd with the Chargers. Obviously, guy that just gets open. Herbert's not scared to throw it in the windows that other quarterbacks aren't, and it's not like they have anybody else that he should be able to trust. Should be great rapport early. I could see him with a ton of targets if he picks up the offense early enough.
Yeah, I mean, somebody got to take those targets, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like we're just there's a huge vacuum of targets, right? Brian, is there any pushback on that?
Well, if you're going to just use like the narrow term vacated targets, there's like whatever research that like that's not really a thing. But it loosely saying like, well, you know, Josh Palmer is the best receiver there, and now they have Ladd, then sure, absolutely. I mean, we have to see what they do with the rest of the draft. But when it comes to, you know, who's going to be that PPR outlet for Herbert, and with a little bit of upside for vertical as well, depending on the cornerback he's going against, then yeah, I like Ladd. I mean, but he's been my wide receiver 5 for a while now, so like I'm very high on him. So this didn't do anything to pour water on that. In fact, it's almost like a worthy where now everybody's kind of going to be catching up to me, and it's like now he's going to be too expensive, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. Does it assuage your Herbert fears?
I don't know that I had any. There was a couple shares I was trying to tear down from just in case, because Jim Harbaugh is Jim Harbaugh, you know, he doesn't believe in the forward pass, but and well, nor does Greg Roman. But you know, that was just more of a portfolio risk kind of thing. Like I like Herbert. He put it this way. As underdog best ball drafts were closing for the pre-NFL draft ones, he was down to quarterback 15.
Sure. Whoa.
I mean, you know, it's, you know, redraft and all that, but
that's silly talk.
By the way, is my sound okay? I took off my big earphones and it's just coming out of the speaker now. So we're okay? The sound
exactly the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't tell the difference.
There's no echo or anything.
No.
Okay.
Nope. It sounded good. Looking good, man. By the way.
Nah, let's not lie to the viewers.
With your F12 t-shirt, whatever that means.
Yeah. Well, you said you don't do politics, so don't ask.
Okay, I won't. Once again, Ja Works representing in the house. Scotty P, my boy. Shout out. That's our theme song, by the way. Ja Works, local Baltimore reggae band. That was like 2 hours ago that I said it, so I felt like I needed to say it again.
Austin, what is the name of the local reggae band where you are?
I don't have one of those, sir. They might, but I don't.
Yes, there is one. You just don't know of it.
I do not.
It's okay. It's not your thing. Too busy shining up that Civic of yours.
That's right. I did that today, actually.
Oh, nice. So I haven't tallied up the second round yet, but Austin, did you know that you and I were tied for the wide receiver game prediction game from last
Well, I
week?
absolutely beat you in the first round.
You absolutely did not.
There were 7. You didn't say 7. I picked 7 receivers. Therefore, I won.
Okay, but that's not the entire game, buddy. That's 1 point.
That's 7 points.
It's 1 point, my
No.
friend.
Oh my gosh. You're gonna have to win them all. I already see this coming.
So
You don't ever get a chance to win, so you're gonna have
you
to
get a
win
point
finally.
for every wide receiver you guess their position, and then you get a point for the number of wide receivers that went in the first.
I don't like that.
Brian, is that fair or not fair?
I wasn't here when the game was conceived. I don't.
Yeah,
really know.
but just like as a game in general, it sounds fair, right? Of course
No,
it does.
sounds
I'll
like
answer
you're
for you. No problem. I love you, Brian. So no, it doesn't sound like I'm cheating. You went MHJ, Neighbors, Adunze, BTJ, but then as 5th you went Lad, man. Sorry. Or no, I'm sorry. You went AD Mitchell, who went like at the end of the 5th.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, compared to where Chad and Austin had AD Mitchell going, it might as well.
Yeah. Well, some people,
that was the epitome of hyperbole.
It was. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
As long as you put the emphasis on the right syllable, though, when you do that kind of thing, then you're good. Yeah.
Correct. I didn't do that right.
Truly, pun intended.
But so you got 3 points, and then I'm sorry, you got 4 points, and then a 5th point for guessing the number of wide receivers that would go in the first round, which was 7. Good job with that. I took MHJ, Neighbors, Adunze. That's 3 points. BTJ as the 4th. And then I had Worthy as the 5th. So that's 5 points for me as well. So we're tied, my friend.
Crazy how you're cheating, but sounds good. What else we got?
I mean, I'm the game master.
That's why I said you don't ever get
be.
to play. So when you
all right, that's it. I'm getting a host point. Point. Boom.
See, here we are.
Brian, I'm not sure if you've been around for host points at any point, but
that sounds new to me.
Yeah, whenever I feel as though I have worked hard enough in the game to deserve a point, I give myself one. That sounds fair, right?
Yeah, I mean, so like, say for example, you were on an app, right? And on that app, there are certain workers, and those workers play.
Workers?
Yeah, workers.
Okay.
Yeah. And those workers
They work to develop the app or to maintain.
No. They are workers who use the app to sell products. And every Friday they play games in, say, I don't know, a group chat on that app, right? Sometimes you tip the game hostess or host or.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. I believe.
I agree.
I believe in the host getting their beak wet a little bit. Yes.
And you can find me on OnlyFans at Herbalist Jesse FF.
Okay. And what kind of content is on? You know what's really funny is like I don't know about you all, but I know very clearly I get targeted ads for OnlyFans on Twitter. But what's really funny about those ads for it are like they sell it as like, you know, this like innocuous, not sex work related, like, you know, you can, you know, be your own entrepreneur. And I'm like, bruh, come on, man, just lean into it. You know, just be like, listen, you can make money with pics of your feet. Let's do this. Like, I don't know. It seems a little like we all know, like, why bother?
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm with you. All right. So I just got declined on my counter for the one.
What was the counter?
Which is fine because I feel like I was just like giving him kind of exact to maybe a little less value. Let me ask you what you think about this, Austin. So I was presented with a trade, right? I was offered the 101 for 104, 110, 205, and Marvin Mims. What do you think about that?
Say it one more time. Make sure I got it.
I'm getting 101. I'm giving 104, 110, 205, Marvin Mims.
I don't really have a problem with it. Is it just 12-team Superflex?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with it. Depending on your roster and roster size and all that. You need the elite quarterback.
I countered with 304. Well, I'm kind of like I did the start. It's a startup, and I just did the startup as a rebuild of a lot of firsts. I countered with replacing the 205 with the 304, and he doesn't like it. He's declining. He says it's not enough. Oh, yeah, actually, he told me he's going to think about
it. Okay. That's not a no.
That's not.
Yeah, it's. Well, I'm sorry. This is a Patreon league. This is a Patreon member, so I'm not going to read his response out loud. But basically, he's going to think on it. So, all right, we'll leave that as it is. I think it's right on the border. It's one piece too many with the 205 and Mims. Dallas did a good job talking me off of Mims. How do you think of Mims, Austin?
He's fine. He's a probably like an early to mid third.
Jermaine Burton, Bengals.
Damn, he actually went.
Third round, right?
Yeah. So Jermaine Burton now is ahead of, as far as draft capital, Troy Franklin, notably. Hold on, let me pull up my
Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, Jalen McMillan.
This is disastrous for Troy Franklin. What is it? Is this the hands?
I don't know.
It's the weight.
I wonder
maybe?
If something will come out.
You know what it is? Something might come out, but I think the one thing that worries me about Franklin is if you don't believe in his quick twitch as a route runner, right? Yeah. Then you're saying, okay, he's largely going to have to be a deep threat. And when you look at his the 10 split was slow. So he's a gain speed guy, right? So it's like now all of a sudden things are getting narrower and narrower for him. And so if you only think of him as a deep threat and you don't like his ball tracking and his body catching to begin with, and you don't think that he stands out from other receivers that are on the board, I get it. I mean, like for Burton with me, it was more of like he's in the conversation with some of these big guys. It's just I don't know how far he's going to fall because of the off the field stuff, right? I didn't think in a million years that he'd go ahead of Troy Franklin.
Mm-mm.
No, me neither. Wow.
I mean, I do know some people that had him ahead.
It's pretty wild moment, right?
Well, I mean, like the guy on PFF, Steve, like he was just like, just purely based on talent. Jermaine Burton's my wide receiver 4, or talent or his model or whatever, but
yeah, I think the Dynasty nerds had him at 7, so I don't think it was that crazy. But it is to me. I didn't have him. I didn't have him in the top 15.
So yeah, I had a Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, and Malik Washington, Jalen McMillan. Those are kind of really and Devontae Walker. Jacob Cowan. Those are really only those are the only guys left in my top 20. I think that he's going ahead of. But like Franklin and Wilson for me are like very notable among that because I have them as 6 and 9. So
yeah, they really.
Well, I had Franklin high. I had Roman Wilson at like 15, 16.
Well, like I said before, the NFL doesn't really think of draft capital between 50 and 100 as all that different. I think we overstate that in the dynasty space. Oh, Roman Wilson, didn't make it, made it. He's a day 3 or whatever. If he doesn't, if he slips out of the 3rd here, it's like, okay, well, like if he goes like 3 picks in, like, does it really matter? I don't know.
All right. Well, as I play around with the controls, we're going to try to add Chad Mendoza, what's up, my main man? How you doing tonight? No respondo. So
let's talk about Burton to the Bengals. Does this now? I mean, certainly with Burton and Yosivas as two outside guys, it makes not keeping T. Higgins around pretty much easier for them. I wouldn't say it's a slam dunk, but they certainly have some insurance now with that. So year one, Burton, I don't know how much he gets on the field and gets targets, but certainly he's somebody I think to look to for year two, unless, of course, we have to see what they do with Boyd, right? If Boyd leaves and his replacement is Charlie Jones, then, Burton's still not getting snaps. If they say, okay, well, Burton's going to be our wide receiver 3 and we're going to pass a lot and, it's not going to be Charlie Jones replacing Tyler Boyd, then I think there's more upside for year one. So interesting landing spot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm positive or negative on it, really. It's just.
Did you mention Charlie Jones as a factor?
I did. 6th round, 25-year-old Charlie Jones, who could be Tyler Boyd's replacement.
No, baby reindeer. No, baby reindeer. No.
Hey, what's up, guys? Just on mobile right now. Still not home. Probably won't make it tonight, but figured I'd hang out for a few minutes.
What's up, Chad, man? So nice to have you, man.
Yeah,
Awesome.
of course,
So,
man.
What we want, since we have limited time from you, first, Giants reactions.
Yeah, I like it. The first pick obviously is the one that's only going to be the only one that's going to be fantasy relevant. And
what else did you guys do?
Cornerback and a safety. Probably got the top safety
okay.
off the board. Unless you're counting Cooper DeJean.
Where did he go?
Cooper DeJean? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I forgot.
Yeah, but we got Nubin, who I like a lot.
Okay.
And we got Phillips, the cornerback from Kentucky. So
okay, nice.
Pretty cool.
So talk to us about neighbors to the Giants.
Yeah, no, I really like it. I thought that might be the fit. Everybody was talking up Rome, and that was wishful thinking on my part. You guys know I love Rome, and but just from the history of guys that we've selected under this regime, if they were going to take one of these guys, it was going to be Neighbors all day. I mean, that's their profile. That's what they want that offense to look like. And he's gonna fit right in, be able to do everything in that offense, but also stay in the characteristics they just like. They're just building a speed demon team over there, so it's gonna keep going. But yeah, I like it.
So if you remember when we started this process, we both said that Neighbors was a great fit for the Giants offense.
Yeah.
But you got a little too enamored with getting a quarterback, which I felt like distracted you from how good Neighbors could be in a Brian Daboll offense.
No. I get that. I really like the pick, and I was always thinking this was going to be probably the pick. Just trading up to Drake May, which all reports indicate that's what they tried to do. It's New England just didn't want to move at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But
right.
But yeah, if they were going to get Drake May, that was going to be the one scenario where I was like, okay, now we're cooking with a little bit of fire. It may take a little bit of time. Let DJ play this year. They wouldn't be able to have the quote unquote wide receiver 1 that Neighbors will be coming out of the gate, but maybe that's something we can address next year when May actually needs to take the field. So, yeah.
Right on, man. So, any other quick takes? Your boys, you had a good draft actually with your predictions. So, you were high on Penix, you were high on Keon Coleman. He went to Buffalo. Talk to me about the fit of Keon Coleman to Buffalo, and is he still your 5th wide receiver?
Yeah, I mean, Worthy's probably made the biggest jump. Coleman for me, Coleman is Man, I'm just waiting to see where he goes consensus. If they still try to stick him in the second round, around that 201, 202, which I doubt is going to happen, but let's say it does, because you have your Keon Coleman detractors throughout the whole process. So that's what I'm hoping happens, and if it does, I'll have him all day, just everywhere I can get him. He might be wide receiver 4 for me now. I'm not sure about that Brian Thomas fit. I love Brian Thomas, but I want to see what that looks like a little bit before I start loading up on Brian Thomas.
Oh, the Rams took Blake Corum.
Oh, nice.
Oh shit, that sucks.
That's so funny.
Oh god.
That is how you feel about
Is
that,
that-
sir?
Is that
How
the
do I
third?
feel about
running
that?
back?
I feel like it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. It's like it's Zach Charbonnet all over again. I love Zach Charbonnet last year, and he got drafted behind a great running back, and I love Blake Corum
no,
this year. and
This
he
is
gets-
not the same situation, sir.
This is very good. This is actually good. I like it.
It's the same. He gets drafted by. It's the same situation, but on like a different level, right? It's on a lower level. Corum is not Zach Charbonnet. I understand that.
And Kyron isn't Kenneth Walker.
No, that's true. By any means. So
And
actually, what we
they're
can
gonna want to save
Kyron's been outperforming Kenneth Walker, though. That's the thing. We can say he's
true.
not as good a player, but he's been playing at an elite level since he's really been he's taken over that offense at the running back position.
Yeah, the usage,
30
the
touches will
volume,
give you that. Yeah.
What I can say is that what I'm happy is that all of my Blake Corum investment is all talk, right? I have no Blake Corum shares.
Well, you need to put your
As
money
we
where your
speak
mouth
right
is.
now.
So this is kind of funny because I'm low on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We've always said that it's with the caveat. I like this running back in this class with the caveat of draft capital and landing spot. And this is disastrous for his.
Oh, I disagree. I disagree.
He's a third rounder now.
I disagree.
Really? Where would you take him, Brad?
Okay. So is he a third rounder now in this 2024 draft class? Where after the 109, it's the friggin' Wild West for the next 50 picks? Yeah, sure. Maybe he's gonna be in a third in some. But this is worse for Kyron than it is for Corum.
He's Tank Bigsby.
That's where I'm at.
Because they're gonna want to limit Kyron's touches. They don't want to use Kyron. I know they'd like to keep everybody on the field, and he's versatile and can pass block and that sort of thing, so it doesn't tip off I say that all the time about him. But now they've added somebody, and so now we have to say, okay, what does this look like? I think they're going to try to save Kyron some touches, right? Especially short yardage goal line, which we know this guy can do, teleporting from 2 yards before to 2 yards out behind those guards that they just paid $1 million to or $1 gazillion to. Short yardage goal line is going to get some touchdowns in a McVay offense, catch a couple passes here and there. He's not terrible at pass pro. He could take over Kyron's job at the end of the year. And I don't like Corum.
I agree. I actually think it's way worse for Kyron than Corum. But we don't have any time to bank because Roman Wilson just went to Pittsburgh at 84.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That one's also very interesting.
Okay.
They don't have anybody like him there, so that's.
They desperately need middle of the field.
Can I be the guy who wants to talk about Tip Ryman?
Fat Pat Fireman?
Yeah, I was gonna do that once it died down a little bit.
Okay,
Tip went 82.
I'm not the first one to bring up questions about his work ethic. I'll just say that.
Who?
Pat F.
Okay, yeah, because I got a little confused. I thought you were calling Tip Ryman the fat version of Pat Fry. I'm sorry, I got a little confused there. So Austin, what do you think of Roman Wilson? Because I know I'm like a Roman Wilson truther to an extent, right? He was my wide receiver 9, right behind Pearsall. I don't know where you ended up with him going into this. How do you like the pick and the fit?
He was 15.
I think I had him right here. I think I had him like 13 or 14, like right here.
Oh, thanks, Austin.
I'm sorry. You know what? My earphones died, and I didn't hear the last 2 minutes. So.
He's wide receiver 15 for me, and I love the fit. Pittsburgh wide receivers, that's always the talk, but this is I like it a lot actually. Just getting rid of Deontay Johnson. Obviously, you don't slide right into that same role because of what Deontay Johnson is, but you hope to see a similar type of usage from him.
I think it's one more person for Arthur Smith to just like put in there sometimes and not other times.
Yeah. I'm not going to treat that offense that way until we see it done again. It's no fun. It could be true, but there's enough pieces on here. Somebody's going to be somewhat relevant. Who that is, I have no idea, but both of the quarterbacks, whichever it is, should be able to give at least one receiver some kind of relevance.
So I like it. I think they're going to run the ball and play action, and that's good for Wilson. That's kind of what they did at Michigan. I think he's got some vertical to him. He's fast. People kind of think of him as like a slot guy because he runs very technical routes, but he's got some vertical. 4.39, right? So I think there's going to be some chances for him to catch some deeper stuff from Russ, not just Pickens doing that. I don't know. I mean, I don't like that he slid this far relative to other guys I had ranked around him. I think that's Jesse's echo.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, so Tip Ryman, super athletic, but really it was only a blocker in college, and like beyond like the typical tight ends that are only blockers in college. Like this, I mean, he was just like a run blocking specialist, but he tested so well, and now he is one.
He's the third one, right?
Trey McBride injury away from. I don't know, like what it's really. I'm very surprised he went this high. Like even when you account that like the NFL likes blocking more than we do, like he was like my tight end like 16 or something, or maybe I bumped him up a little bit towards the end, but like that's about it.
Yeah, I had him at 13, so about the same spot. It's pretty wild, but I feel like we have that every year with tight ends. We see the random like this guy, and I guess this is one of those. And I'm assuming with McBride and what he is, that they don't really feel like they need a receiving threat tight end, so maybe they wanted I'm going to be a homer and be like the Panthers and wanted an Ian Thomas, just one of those great blocking tight ends that doesn't do anything for the fantasy aspect of it, but actually does help your team in 12 personnel.
So then would this probably then open up more route participation for McBride?
Oh, yeah. Only negative is that maybe once in a while it puts McBride off the field. But I don't remember his usage last year. I felt like snap count was really high.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe this takes him off the field every once in a while, but I would assume it's very rarely because, like you said, this guy doesn't show any receiving prowess.
I'm waiting for people in the late second, early third taking Tip Ryman and 1.5 tight end premiums. Because
I mean, hell, if we don't see Sanders come off the board tonight, then it's going to make the tight end position ugly, even in 1.75.
I do like Ben Sinnett. I like that landing spot.
Yep.
I like that draft capital. NFL told us we were right on him.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with JT Sanders, though? Why is that happening?
Probably the testing. After what we saw on the film, I expected him to test well, much less even just decent. And instead, we saw very poor. Mm-hmm. So hopefully it's not another Jalen Weidemeyer.
Yeah.
Ooh, same school too, right?
No, that was A&M.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Actually, I was about to say that. Right.
Well, anything below Mason-Dixon line, might as well.
Wow.
Damn.
I mean, that's wow. I'm going to cut you a pass, Brian, because you're an English teacher, right?
History.
You're a history teacher, and you said that's below the Mason-Dixon line? That has nothing to do with the Mason-Dixon line.
Texas is below the Mason-Dixon line.
It's absolutely below it.
They were part of
miles west.
They were part of the Confederacy.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, Texas has its own history.
put your earphones in, you get an echo.
Yeah. Get your echo out of here.
Sober up. No,
no, honestly, Texas.
you're running a show here.
When Fran has made a trade. Echo, go.
I don't know. Yes.
I mean, Sanders' RAS was 806. It's not like, I mean, like his 40 was below 4.7 for a tight end. Like that checks the box. You're below 4.7 for a tight end. Like, I mean, what is that? 20?
Yeah, but it was either the Spark or something else, and he was like 24 percentile. Like it was bad. Athletic score.
I mean, Wiedermeyer was a really extreme case, but where I think with Wiedermeyer, he just was never able to recover from that injury.
Yeah.
So it's really a different situation, but yeah, it's definitely a fall for JT. I mean, what are you thinking now at this point, Austin?
I'm actually looking at the remaining people on the teams on the board, and there isn't even a place like I love him going to. I guess Tampa.
He's just like a late flyer.
I guess Tampa. Oh no, I mean it's still day 2. It's absolutely, he doesn't just fall off the board. But I mean he's probably more of a third now than where I was going to be happy to take him in the second in 0.75 leagues, especially. He's probably now closer to the third.
I think the issue with him is that he's neither. Like he's not big slotty enough to be like a weapon where you're like, okay, he's Dalton Kincaid, he's Brock Bowers. Not that I'm saying they're the same, but like, you know.
Yeah.
But and he's not wrong enough in line to say he's a two-way like a Freiermuth or a Mayer. I don't know if teams really know what he is, and maybe we overestimated him. I mean, he was like my 3 or my 4, so it's not like I had him 2, but still, it is kind of surprising.
I finished with him and Sanat at 2-3, kind of in the same spot. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like I watched the tape, and it was pretty easy to see if I was an NFL team how I'd want to use him. Like it felt pretty easy to see that. Like, okay, if I get him the ball, he's going to be effective. If I run him against zone, he's going to be effective. Like it felt pretty simple to me. But
so my apology, Brian. For some reason, I thought that Texas was independent during the Civil War, but no, I'm wrong. They did fight for the Confederacy. So my apologies, sir.
It's quite all right. There you go.
So
shame.
I am. I'm covering my face in shame. Lad to the Chargers, Austin. Give me your analysis on that. Like, where does that move him up, move him down? What does it do for Herbert?
Well, it definitely moves him above 80 Mitchell for me.
Like
we can have that discussion after.
Yeah, no, we can have a discussion now.
Nah, I'll finish where honestly, I spoke when I got in here.
I thought you meant after the episode. Okay.
No. I love the Lad fit. And I've never been overly worried on Herbert. Actually, it sucks. So when Burrow got hurt, I tried to switch to Herbert last year. And I got, I think, 3 trades done swapping from Burrow to Herbert. And so I didn't really have anywhere that I could actually buy Herbert that I wanted to. But I feel like this offseason was a great chance to get him, and it maybe still is. But it's just a great fit. A guy that can get open whenever he needs with a quarterback that will throw it at any time. So it's a good fit. And then going to 80 Mitchell, the drop was insane. I saw the reports like the day of, yesterday round one talking about, oh, there's some red flags. It'll be interesting. A couple teams have him off the board.
Mhm.
And apparently it was quite a bit more than a couple. And then he goes somewhere that I just hate for fantasy production. For the NFL side, it's awesome. That's a great spot for him. He can go in, get beside Pittman. It's great for the NFL production, but for fantasy, it just, ugh.
Yeah, I really don't like it for fantasy. Talk to me about Keon Coleman.
Perfect spot for him. Again, another quarterback that will just throw it to you. And I think Keon needed that kind of quarterback that's not as scared to give him a chance to win the 50-50 ball, because I think he is, like Chad has spoke for months, he's better than the average receiver at winning the 50-50 ball. And Buffalo's a great spot to do that.
Yeah. Do you think there's overlapping skill set with him being primarily probably like best suited for a big slot, and then having like Kincaid and Shakir and Curtis Samuel?
Well, that depends on what their offense is going to be. I think they needed a bigger body for Josh Allen to throw to trust. You have Kincaid, yes, but I mean, Shakir and Samuel, you can't throw it to them when they're 50-50 and expect them to catch it. Honestly, I really like it. And the NFL believing in him, getting that 33 draft capital is another great sign.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, in one sense, like, you have to think that. Sorry, I put the mask on because, trying to hide my drunkenness.
It did not work, just so you know.
Also, I'm trying to hide the fact that my earphones are malfunctioning, and I'm working my best to get through it. But outside of the X's and O's, he definitely is a different receiver than what they have, right? So if you look at it from a pure, like, who's going to play the slot? Well, they all play the slot, but in the modern NFL, I guess there isn't really. There can be 3 slots on any given play, right? So I guess they'll move him around.
Sorry about that.
Like they want to, but he definitely is a different skill set than what they have.
Yeah, I like it. I think that was one of the better, other than the Chargers. I would have liked him with the Chargers, but him and QJ, I feel like, I don't know. With Herbert, I wouldn't really cared. I'd have been happy with that too. But in that early second, it was one of the best spots I felt like he could have landed.
So we actually have a comment in the chat. Could the Chiefs trade up? I guess.
I mean, they've been doing it all.
I'm guessing
the
he
whole
means
draft.
for
Franklin.
Yeah, for Franklin. I mean, at this point,
Packers took a running back, Marshawn Lloyd.
Marshawn Lloyd too. I like that a little. I kind of like that a lot in a way.
No, you don't like him, I thought.
I don't, but it's a good landing spot.
It is.
It's a really good landing spot. I don't love Marshawn Lloyd for a number of reasons, but there are things that are undeniable about Marshawn Lloyd. Like, the athletic testing, obviously. They're showing highlights now where, like, he can reverse field and just make everybody look silly. And, when you put him in an offense where he does not need to be the focal point and can just be a weapon, it's interesting. He's moved up to, I don't know, maybe late 3rd round for me. Brian, what do you think?
It's interesting, right? Because I'm somebody who was lower on Corum, but more pleased with the landing spot. Higher on Lloyd, less pleased with the landing spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Josh Jacobs is a good running back. He's got 2 years of guaranteed money.
Sure.
He has a 3-down skill set. They're gonna put Lloyd in for some explosive plays, but it's gonna be a low level of touches per game. So he's gonna the volume just isn't gonna be there. Like obviously AJ Dillon is who cares,
Injury away.
But oh well, yes, anybody
he is now
sure.
an injury away guy.
If you're
for me,
then sure, then that's what he becomes. He's then you're
and that's a late third round pick, right?
Yeah, I mean he's probably a third at this point.
He's a third. Yeah. Like he was a mid second for me coming in, so probably I would say early to mid third. Just because of this, the explosive upside. If Jacobs does get injured, like in that offense, I like it.
I'll buy that. Yeah, I'll buy that. If Jacobs goes down, every running back goes down at some point. Not every year, but at some point they go down. Then you want injury away guys that have ability, right?
Sure.
So fits that bill to a T.
And we've got enough wide receivers, that we can pick in the second round, right? So here's the thing, right? People aren't going to be very high on, even though it's a good landing spot for Benson, they're not going to be high on him because Corman's there. Brooks, so they're not, and like
Connor.
Yeah, Connor, right? Yeah. So Brooks, right? He's clearly the one there, so people are gonna like him. But what I'm saying is like all those backs that we like felt obligated to take in the mid second and in these mocks because it's like I don't know, I guess they'll go here. Might not be going there. And so the dynamic of those backs were pushing down good wide receivers, which is what we saw in the mocks, might flip, and to where the wide receivers are now going to be in the second, and the running backs are going to be pushed down more because of these lines. People aren't going to like the Corum landing spot. People aren't going to like the Benson landing spot. People aren't going to like the Lloyd landing spot, right? Because they just
like the Benson landing spot.
But all they do is they see a running back in front of them. Right. And they're like, listen, if I want a running back, I want him to point.
But if that running back is goddamn James Conner, that is guaranteed to miss 8 games. Come on. You know what I mean?
Has he though?
I mean, when's the last time we played 16 or 17?
2020.
The last time other
really
running backs.
Yeah.
I mean, most running backs, if I give me 14, 13 for a running back, and I'm fine.
Right, exactly. And James Conner is just, I mean, the narrative, which is pretty much 100% correct with James Conner, is that he's old and often injured. Right? He's 29, if I'm not right, if I'm not incorrect. So,
yeah.
I mean, you want the guy behind him. You want the guy behind him.
Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is
I'm salivating. I'm salivating for the running back behind James Conner in an offense with Kyler, McBride, MHJ, right? I want that guy.
I don't disagree. What I'm saying is the crowd now will let them slide.
Benson? Surprising to me.
Simply,
I mean, yeah.
Not everybody.
Yeah, he'll have to share this year.
And
like,
people
he'll definitely have to share carries. James Conner is definitely going to have his moments for most of the year, for as long as he's healthy and as long as he's not too old. And I mean, just like the clock is ticking. And for a savvy Dynasty owner, that is completely worth the 204 to me.
If every single one of your leagues have 12 savvy owners in it.
No, they don't. But that's why we're here.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying part of the crowd is going to let these guys slide.
Yeah. What I'm saying is we're here to tell you not to let that happen. Trey Benson.
No, we're saying let that happen. We're saying
absolutely let that
scoop up the value. We're saying they're going to be there.
I'm saying don't let Trey Benson pass you by in the.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Right. What I'm saying is
I'm
the guys that think that James Conner is a threat to Trey Benson are the guys that are helping you in Dynasty, right? Take him in the early second.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree. I'm gonna be honest. Looking at these,
you don't have to spend an early second on him now because he's behind James Conner.
Looking at these running backs, there's like very few I want to draft this year. They're going to have to go to great spots in day 3. Looking at the 2025 class, I just, I'm
Here's what I'm saying.
What don't you like about Trey Benson?
If the three of us were in a league,
James Conner.
And everybody else who reacted to this landing spot, like Dallas, who said that's a good landing spot, if everybody who thought Arizona was a good landing spot was in the same league, then sure, he's going to be more expensive. What I'm saying is, on average, right, middle of the curve, average draft position is going to be lower than that because people will bring down the average because they're going to say, oh, he's behind James Conner.
He's still going to go early to mid-second.
You think so?
Yeah, there's not enough running backs. People need running backs way too bad.
It's insane to me to think that James Conner is blocking Trey Benson.
I care about this year.
He will for a little while. This is not redraft, Austin.
For running backs, these guys are not talented enough.
Let's play chess. Let's play 3-dimensional chess and look at Trey Benson at the end of this year to next year.
Okay.
I mean, it's obvious that James Conner is not going to be their starting running back next year, and they've already taken his replacement.
Okay.
So why not just take like a second-round pick is really a flyer anyway. So now why not pick the guy that the Cardinals have said in this good, what we think will be a good offense with really, really like elite weapons, what we hope to be elite weapons. Why not take this running back that they've said that we want to be our guy for the future?
Okay.
With a second-round pick that's a flyer.
Let's say I agree with you. I should spend the 203, 204 on Benson today.
Yeah.
Right? Let's say Connor is a perfectly cromulent running back and generally healthy for the year. What do you think I can get Trey Benson for week 11? What do you think I can get Trey Benson for week 11 from a team that's out of the playoffs or is deeper at running back? Right? Do you think I can get him for less than the 203, 204? I probably could. So if I am trying to play chess and saying next year his value will be higher, then I'm not drafting him right now. Is all I'm saying.
I agree. It's the same thing with Lloyd.
This is all right.
It's really every running back so far, to be honest.
This is my Michael Penix argument. So
I don't agree with it either. So that makes sense why we don't agree on this subject.
My Michael Penix argument is that he will decrease in value because he will sit for at least a year or two.
And I agree with that as well.
And you will get him cheaper than you will get than the 202 or 203.
And same.
So if you're saying, well, see now Roma Dunze is a different story because now we're talking about Penix and Benson, who are by all admissions second or possibly third tier talents. Roma Dunze is a first tier talent. And if a first tier talent has to take a back seat in the first year, maybe to a certain degree, I'm fine with that. He's still not going to be like marginalized. He's not going to be
fine with drafting him. But my point is he's most likely going to depress in value by week 13 or 14 of this year, barring Keenan Allen or DJ Moore. Yes, or DJ Moore get hurt.
Right. Yes, that's a given. I've already given you that in the argument.
That's the same.
What I'm saying is when you're talking about an elite talent, it just the strategy is different. Right, you can wait on a Roma Dunze, whereas I understand maybe not waiting on a Trey Benson because even if I'm right and he's the heir apparent to Connor, right, and he steps in for Connor, he may not hit, right? Where there's a way better chance that a Dunze hits than Trey Benson hits. Right.
That I absolutely agree with. I'm just saying.
Yes. I would take the chance on a Dunze like overdrafting a Dunze rather than overdrafting Trey Benson. Yes, I understand that. That's correct.
Yes.
I still like Trey Benson on that offense.
Yeah, I mean, me too, and it depends on the cost. But the receivers
Where do you
I
have
like
him?
better.
Where do you have him? Where do you have him?
I mean, I guess in the mid to late second.
All right, so I'm saying 204, and you're saying like 207. So we're not
Yeah.
far apart.
No, we're not, and
Yeah, we're pretty close.
but I don't
How
think
about you,
he's going to
Brian?
last to 207 in majority of leagues because people
No,
need
you're
running
right.
backs.
You're right. How about you, Brian?
Devil's advocate, there's enough in the universe now where running backs don't matter. 0 running backs. Everybody hates running backs. That
But you still have to start them.
Mm-hmm.
sure, right,
So you got to get them somewhere.
right. In the
What's
third round,
you have to value them at some point, right?
in the
So
late
what's that?
second, early third.
Okay.
Jalen McMillan.
I'm not going
to
to
the
argue.
Bucks.
I'm not going to argue your evaluation there because I get it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
McMillan to the Bucks.
You have to wait.
Yeah, it is.
You have to wait on a optimal guy that could hit or not hit and could get drafted over. I get that.
Yeah, like
So-
Ollie Gordon next year going there in round 2 because Trey Benson didn't pop. All of a sudden, I'm not going to give. Not all of a sudden, I'm not going to give a flying anything about Trey Benson.
I mean, I personally hit like a lot of early seconds on Trey Sermon.
Yeah, see,
He was a 3rd round pick that they traded up for in a system that I thought he was perfect for, and they didn't like him from day one.
I was hoping we would get 3 or 4 of them in this class, so other managers would take them in that early first or late first, early second, and I feel like so far we haven't. So it's not
Bit of a trap, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to push the guys that I wanted in that early to mid second. It's going to be less likely they sit there. Luckily, the quarterbacks helped with that.
So
Them having
McMillan to
6
the
over
Bucks is probably what insurance like. Godwin's contract isn't it up at the end of this year or next year?
Yeah.
Or did they redo it? Right. Okay. So
Jalen McMillan went to the Bucks.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you've got some
Okay, thank you.
Godwin insurance there. Probably doesn't help Trey Palmer. So, sorry about that, Trey Palmer. Although you're a good little player, you'll have some days. You'll have some best ball days, Trey Palmer. But
I mean, depending on what you think of Jalen McMillan, but I mean,
I think he's a confident medium slot.
I think neither Trey Palmer nor Jalen McMillan are destined to be the 1 or 2 leader in targets on their team.
Oh, I don't think so either. But I'm just trying to say, like, okay, well, what's the path for McMillan? The path is Godwin's not there next year. Somebody gets hurt, et cetera, et cetera. But I think right now he's already ahead of, say, Trey Palmer and Raheem Jarrett on the depth chart. So when you're running a 3 wide receiver set, Jalen McMillan's going to be out there, and I like Jalen McMillan a lot more than I like Trey Palmer.
I don't think he's. I'll push back. I don't think he's automatically above Trey Palmer. Raheem Jarrett, yes, he's not an NFL receiver.
That's fair. That's fair.
But we'll find that out in training camp in week 1, week 2.
Yeah, but my
Ravens are up.
aren't
By the way, they could take a receiver here.
Please don't be Troy Franklin. As bad as the night's been for him, don't end up in Baltimore.
That would be neat.
I don't know that that's such a bad thing.
I just don't.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like Indy.
I don't know that that's such a bad thing either. I think it would be interesting as shit.
Well, no, I think what Austin's point is about, it's good for the NFL. Yeah, like they need an outside.
Absolutely.
Presence. They need a deep threat. All they have is Aguilar. Like, yeah. But is he going to get?
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at this. Sorry, as a Baltimore resident, I think Troy Franklin would be awesome for these guys.
Yeah, it's great.
They took an edge.
Yeah,
cool.
All right, y'all. Phillies on the clock. We
Troy
traded
Franklin
down earlier, by the way.
Yeah, Troy Franklin. Ravens took a
on the
good
They
edge.
took it an edge.
Adisa Isaac, yeah, I like him. He was.
Oh, do you know him?
Boston, is that the I know Chop Robinson's thing was that he was like athletic but didn't have the power. Adisa Isaac was the guy who was actually getting the sacks on the team, right?
Mhm. He has a nasty spin move off a power counter. It's pretty sick. He has an outside power move that he did more than anything, and then he has a
looks
spin
really
move.
small.
Yeah.
He just looks small.
Well, so does Chop.
And he wears number 20, so I kind of can't get on board with that. Look, I don't want an edge rusher wearing number 20. It really confuses me.
It does piss me off, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
They're not as they don't have as much leverage in college. Like, hey, take this number.
Look, I already have like 8 screens going on a Sunday.
Well, one of them ain't
know
us.
what position they play.
I know
what
that's
number.
right. Yeah, you don't have a screen for us.
For you?
Your camera's been off for a while.
You know what?
He probably had to do that so he
Austin,
could think.
If you would have FaceTime me every Sunday all day, I would love to do that. That would be fun.
You don't only have your
Actually,
number.
we should get a group. We should get a group FaceTime going.
I can't even get your face during this. How am I going to get your face on the phone?
Am I not like
No,
live
you're
here?
about 10 minutes straight with no video. While you were busy talking about
Let's
how
see if
good
this
Trey
works.
Benson was.
So I hit stop cam and Dallas Hiders.
Yeah, I was about to say, now you're Dallas.
That's fun.
This show is gonna win
Y'all took a
awards.
good one. Y'all took Jalen Hunt or Jalix Hunt, whatever.
Who's that? Talk to me about this.
He's an edge.
Oh my God, we took an edge.
Yeah.
God damn it, Howie. Go for it. Tell
That's a
me
good
about
pick.
this guy.
Solid. He's a mean player.
It's a ridiculous
One of
pick. We have the edges.
Well, yeah, I got 51 now.
Got to rotate him.
Wow.
Name of the game these days.
He's a good player.
I guess
good
we're going
value.
to.
Like,
I guess we're going with Tyler Steen as our right guard that we took in the top of the 3rd round last year, and was not ready enough to play like really any snaps last year. So that's our starting right guard. Weird. All right, pick is in for Buffalo. Who's the best
Troy Franklin
receiver you want them to take?
God, Troy Franklin. They were.
Oh,
awesome.
Troy Franklin would be
Oh my God,
amazing
that would
here.
be awesome.
Holy shit.
Coleman and Franklin.
That would put Keon Coleman to shame. I mean,
no,
really
I don't think it
wouldn't,
would. No, it's a perfect
it really
combo.
wouldn't. It really wouldn't.
Yeah, it's a perfect combo.
That'll be an interesting. If it's Franklin, it's going to be an
There's so many
interesting
weapons.
offense to watch in the offseason and who's going to get what
This is
role
gonna
and
be
what
defense,
usage, right?
by the way.
Because we've got Knox, we've got Kincaid, we've got Shakir, we've got Curtis Samuel, we've got Keon Coleman. Troy Franklin would be the 6th pass catcher on the team, not in order, but just in number. It's going to be interesting to see how that pie gets divided. If it's him, it is not. It is defensive tackle Dwayne Carter from Duke.
Another decent guy. I'll tell you what, if Franklin and Sanders are sitting there at 101 and the Panthers are on the clock tomorrow, that'd be 24 hours of me just wanting them to take them and knowing they won't.
If Franklin's there, there's going to be a lot of. I feel like that's going to be a lot of trade up, right?
I mean, hell, maybe not. Apparently, nobody wants him.
If they're saying he's not a 3rd round, and maybe he's not worth trading up for, I don't know. I mean, at some point, the price gets to where it's the price, right?
Yeah.
And so if you've got a very late pick in the 4th and you're saying, okay, I'll trade up, but and then that's fine because it's cheaper than it was the last couple nights, obviously. So yeah.
I mean, heck, at this point, it still feels cheap. Like,
for sure.
I mean, for what I saw, very few people have him outside of wide receiver 10.
Yeah.
I mean, even like the lower people I saw, like I saw Daniel Jeremiah had him at like 76. I think Shane Hallam had him at in the 60s. Like, I thought that was low. And then here we are at 96, and he's still available. It's a surprise. It's one of the guys that I didn't know how to feel about pre-draft is not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I guess that, so someone who's really into data texted me and said, like, what do you think's going on with Troy Franklin? Because from a production profile, he's the bee's knees, right? So I told him, if you don't like Troy Franklin, you're gonna say some combination of these, right? Size, slow out of the gate, just a deep guy, some ball tracking, hands, body catching issues. Pac-12 is, silly offenses and silly defenses. So you throw all that together, and I guess there's enough shadow of a doubt, right?
Yeah.
It's like the pick is in for Jacksonville. They already went with Ryan Thomas.
Mm-hmm. I can see. I mean, I can see one of these teams double dipping at this point. But not yet.
Steelers?
That would be very interesting.
Because he's different from Pickens. He's different from Roman Wilson. All right, so
y'all I tried everything in the entire world except
Did
for
you
my computer.
check and see if your actual camera was plugged in?
There's no such thing.
I was gonna ask you, did you check to see if your camera's on?
Yeah.
It's a Chromebook.
I don't know how to. In the bottom left, shouldn't there be like a settings or systems thing?
There's
or
a bottom left.
Maybe your mask broke it. Maybe it was like, oh, I'm scared.
One would think the face.
Luchador.
Well, I was nice enough. I said the mask.
I mean, there's no reason for the camera to have turned itself off in the middle of all this shit, but I'll check it. All right, so John Sanders and Chuba in the same backfield. What's the order? What's the thoughts? What's the expectation?
Brooks, and then who the hell cares? Honestly, I have no idea.
Really?
Yeah, I have no idea. I would assume Brooks will be the one as soon as he's healthy enough to be the one. I think this is pretty evident to say that Carolina doesn't believe in this staff doesn't believe in either of the two running backs there. To as many holes as the roster has, to spend a top 50 pick on a running back shows that one, they really want to run the ball, and two, they don't believe in the guys they have to run the ball for the offense.
Listen, this house is a Raheem Blackshear house.
Hey, I love Blackshear. Special teams Blackshear specifically.
Oh my God, no, it is not, Brian. Holy
I didn't
shit!
say show. I said house. I'm where I'm sitting.
Yeah,
Get
I'm off.
I'm off
it's a condo, Brian. It's a condo.
Hey, can we highlight
anything to poke
Dave
holes in
Donaldson's
Rasheem Blackshear?
We apparently can't.
Oh, hey, Dave. Yeah, what the hell? I finally get off work early, and Jesse is so shit-faced he has no video and is yelling at Howie Roseman for a draft pick. Well, Dave,
you're correct.
I don't have control to put that comment up on the screen like your drunk friend does, and so we were just talking about you earlier that you're the only person who works 34-hour shifts as a sommelier. So glad you could join us. Hey, there it is,
David Donaldson. If you are going to blaspheme my name, slander myself in the chat, can you at least do something productive and go into Patreon 3 and make 2 picks, sir? Right?
Don't do it, Dave.
No,
Don't.
I like his comment better than making picks.
Wait for more info.
I mean, he comes in at hour 3.5.
Don't make picks.
And thinks he's allowed to.
On principle,
Go
don't
make
make
picks.
picks until after the NFL draft is over. On principle. There you go. Dave said no. There you go.
He said no.
Like, see,
You know what? We're putting that one up. No. David. All right. You know what? That's a.
we can just leave
You
that one up.
you guys, tell me what you think about Blake Corum and his landing spot, and in comparison to Tank Bigsby.
So, do you want to just rewind and have the same argument we had a while back, or do you want to
Yes,
like?
he does.
No, well, because we didn't hear it with Austin.
Yes, we did. I'm the one that
God damn
announced
it.
the pick.
All right, Brian, come up with a topic.
Topic? Okay, yeah, I will actually. So I am very softly, nothing firm. That's what she said. Going through my rankings at the moment, right?
That's
you
what
know,
they said.
my Superflex rankings.
You don't know it's a she. It could be a they.
Bo Nix, first round quarterback, pick 12 overall, or Brian Thomas, 23rd
Thomas for
overall.
me.
Yeah. Okay. Bo Nix
But
or Jonathan Brooks.
The quarterbacks.
Okay. That's where we're. All right. So then you would say the same about.
Again.
How do you feel about Pearsall? I think it's
the quarterbacks.
okay. All right. Penix too? Not for me, I don't think. But
No. No,
right.
I'm probably not going to be drafting Penix. I don't think I have any rosters where I'm just in such a shithole that I have the ability to waste a first round pick on 2 years of it just sitting there. And if I do, then I need to reevaluate that roster to begin with and pick somebody else that can help me before 2 years. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Until tomorrow, when Penix is traded for Georgia homeboy Justin Fields.
Okay, now that would make things very odd. Look, Jesse left. He was like,
You didn't
no.
like that. You didn't like that too much. All right. So I'm not big on Keon Coleman myself, right? So Keon Coleman versus Ricky Pearsall versus Roman Wilson. How do you have that bunch?
Keon Coleman. I'm gonna have Coleman above Pearsall by like maybe the next spot. And then you said Wilson, Roman Wilson is the last one. He's a little bit further below. Like I'm probably still gonna take AD Mitchell, or at least think about it. I might even think about Jalen Polk.
Okay.
I like Polk. Polk and Wilson were back to back in my rankings.
Roman Wilson, Jalen Polk, Trey Benson.
Probably roster dependent. I think they're kind of again in that exact same tier. Like we just had this discussion on Benson, and there's going to be rosters where I feel like I need to take them. Like I have a roster that is loaded at receiver, and I have 4 firsts this year. So I'm most likely going to end up with more receivers and a couple more quarterbacks. But then I also have 202, 203, 205, and 206. I'm probably going to take a running back there. Which one? I guess it's going to be Benson because I'm assuming Brooks is going to be gone. So maybe in that situation, my rankings might lie to me and say, nah, let's take the running back here. But I think overall, I'm probably just going to take a bunch of receivers this year. I really, if I need running backs, I'll just try to buy the cheap James Connors, the cheaper Joe Mixons, the guys like that for a year, and just try to take these running backs next year, man. It's such a good class. It feels like the 2024 receiver class at running back.
Yeah, it does.
So, we're already talking about 12 to 15 names, and the season hadn't even started. So, we'll lose a couple, but we're going to gain another 3 or 4 or 5. So
off the top of my head, we've got what? Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon, the guy from Cal, Jaden Ott, right? We got Singleton, and is Katron Allen also?
Yep.
Okay, so that's like 5 or 6 off the top of my head, like without even thinking.
Amari and Hampton.
Right. Yeah, North Carolina, right?
Yep. Okay. Travion Henderson.
Oh, of course.
Quinshawn Judkins.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I almost
Donovan Edwards.
Okay.
And we've got Rocket Sanders.
Oh, okay.
And Devin Neal from Kansas.
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
Jaquarius Marks from Mississippi State. Taj Brooks. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
It is true. I'm on this site. I wanted to make sure I didn't skip any names. And at this moment, they have 13 guys with round 2 or better projected draft capital.
Given the injury and the transfer in of Etienne, where's Branson Robinson these days in Debbie?
I think in most he's not even rostered, if we're going to be honest. Like not even drafted this in, like, if you're doing a startup this year, because he's definitely rostered in most. But with ETN there, I agree. I would assume you're just praying for a chance. What's up?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm fucking tired. Wait,
I agree.
What's the rating on this one?
Right on cue.
Okay, heard. So, you guys doing all right?
Yeah. Trying to finish this off. We've lost our host, so we're just kind of talking about random stuff now.
I'm a little tired. Dog's getting restless, but we only got 2 more picks, so yeah, we're doing it.
Yeah, I figured I'd come on and say hi just so I could see you guys. So, got off work about 2 hours early, so life is good.
Nice.
Oh, so you only worked an 18-hour shift then today?
I answered emails at 10 a.m. So yeah, close.
Oof. Getting a little salt there. I love it.
I'm fucking old, man. What do you expect?
Yeah. No, I am too, man. Every day I look, there's more salt. I'm 46. I feel you, man. Yeah.
So,
you're Colts, right? Is that your team, the Colts?
Yeah, the Colts are my team. So.
Okay. All right. So what do you think of what do you think of what they've done so far?
Honestly, I haven't looked. They had the Mavericks game on at the restaurant. So.
80 Mitchell in the 50s. Who was first round?
Latu.
First round we got Latu.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So as long as he's medically cleared, that'll be fun. So.
And I guess the same thing can be said for Mitchell as long as he's head case medically cleared. It'll also be fun.
Diabetically medically cleared. And he's a Texas boy, Dave.
Yeah, well, I mean, he fits the scheme. I mean, you've got Pittman that already works there. You got Downs in the slot. So you needed one more big guy because Pierce didn't work out. So,
yeah. Y'all, I'm back, I believe. Can you hear me?
Hey, Dallas.
Hey, Dallas.
That's what my picture says. But hey, thank you for joining us, Dave. So, y'all, I'm back, and so is Dave Donaldson. The most infamous or famous member of the DWZ Patreon. Dave Donaldson, probably in what are we in 15 leagues together? Dave Donaldson, always the foil to my hero. How you doing tonight, Dave?
I'm fantastic. So I figured I had to tell you no because I'm used to doing that when you send me trade offers. So.
Oh, you do that too?
I just laughed.
Yeah. Jesse's got to the point he just doesn't send them to me anymore because he just knows that it's going to be, why would I do that? That's usually what I say.
I send you perfectly fair offers, Sweet and Low Civic.
Okay.
And you are just like,
okay.
If it's not like a 2-to-1 win for you, you don't make a trade. So we're gonna call you 5 first, Austin.
You need to call me Mike Jr. apparently.
Yes, exactly, Mike Jr. I mean,
Mike, geez,
wow.
Blood from a
Honestly,
rock.
though, Austin, wow, you so marginalized yourself. I mean, seriously,
that is pretty insulting to myself.
Seriously, when it comes to this podcast, you are not Mike Jr. You're like Mike Sr. Right? Because where's Mike been?
That's
he
true.
Came on tonight. You missed him. He was actually on.
That was on purpose. Don't tell him, but I saw he got off, and I was like, "Oh, cool! I can get on now."
Nice.
Mike Casper got on the podcast for a minute.
Yeah, Mike was on for a little bit. He gave us some Broncos analysis. I think he basically what he says is
Luke
if Sean
McCaffrey
Payton-
to Washington.
To finish the night. Look at there. Before Troy Franklin. Who would have thought?
Oof. Luke McCaffrey before Troy Franklin. What a world. What a world we live in.
Wow. All right. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, guys. Besides Troy Franklin, who is the player that didn't get drafted that you're most disappointed in?
JT Sanders.
Okay.
I'm disappointed. I don't know that
I got one more.
Javon Baker, maybe Malik Washington, Jalen Wright.
That was the one. Yeah, Jalen Wright was the one I was hoping would get day 3 or day 2.
How about you, Dave?
I haven't looked, but the little bit I saw and heard, it seems like 3 running backs went.
It's not many.
Corum, Benson,
The Corum one pissed me off.
Brooks.
But
yeah, Corum's a terrible landing spot.
I guess they're just going to go 50-50 between Kyron and Corum.
Yeah, whoever's healthy, right?
Terrible. But so yeah, like just running backs in general. I mean, I like Braylon Allen. I think he's going to be really, really good for somebody. Probably the Cowboys. So they need a big back.
Yeah.
Unless they sign Zeke, then they already have a big back that ate too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disappointed in any running backs that didn't go at this point. I really think like the 4th round is kind of the 3rd round for running backs, and any 2nd round running back is like really kind of worth consideration. At this point, it's going to be, as far as running backs go, like they're just late rookie round picks, and you're just taking flyers. Hoping you get a Jerome Ford or a Khalil Herbert and flip him for something, that's worth more than what you drafted him. But as far as these guys go, they're going to be like fill-in starters.
What were you going to say, Dave?
Did Dave freeze?
Yeah, I think he froze. Either that or it's like a really impressive scowl.
Yeah, so I missed a lot of what you guys were saying earlier because I had obvious technical difficulties. I mean,
we were talking shit about you, so it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it happens on a.
Speaking of bad trades that you offered, I had to go back and look to show you how bad these were. This is your second most recent trade you sent me.
Come on,
Lamar Jackson, a 3rd and a 4th, and you would get, Justin Herbert and DJ Moore.
I mean, that's a good deal. When did I offer that? Like context
looked like towards the end of the season.
Yeah, context everything, man. I was offering you Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's playing at an MVP level? Come on, man. Is this podcast about like my trade offers now?
It was. After you're talking about how good they were, I decided to make it at least a couple minutes about it.
Is that what happened while I was gone? You were talking about my trade offers?
No, I waited till you got back. I'll talk shit.
Among other things.
Among other things. Well, one thing I would like to do is thank you, David Donaldson, for coming on. I would like to have gotten his analysis on the Colts, but we didn't get that. So
you just were somewhere.
We did get that. Awesome. So,
yep.
So
yeah.
Are we done? Oh,
yeah.
Dave's back. I heard Dave's voice. Dave, I love you, man. Thank you for coming on, brother.
I'm gonna go walk the dogs.
I'm gonna go home, so maybe I can sleep a little bit before I go back in tomorrow.
Right on. Thank you for giving us part of your night.
Yeah. You guys have a good night. Good seeing you all.
See you, bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Do I have to like defend myself against any onslaughts from when I was gone?
No, I told you I say it to you. I'm not gonna say it behind your back.
I mean, all right, that's cool. Right on.
I'll make sure to say
All
it
right,
to you.
guys, can you give me your 1 through 12 before we go? Rookie picks.
Yeah.
I mean, I got it in front of me, Austin. Do you want to go first or?
Go ahead. I have mine too. I don't like them, but I have them.
Yeah. So I got
I like them.
Caleb and Marvin, Tier, Neighbors, May, Daniels, Bowers, Odunze, McCarthy, Tier, Worthy, Ladd, Brian Thomas Jr., and reluctantly Bonix 112. I don't love it. I want to put Brooks there instead.
Okay. Some people might have Knicks higher.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they do. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the default is Knicks 109, but it's definitely a conversation in everyone's mind. How about you, Austin?
We're really similar. It's Caleb and Marv 1-2, and then a ginormous tier. In the order right now, it's Daniels, May, McCarthy, Neighbor, Rome, Bowers, and then Worthy, Brian Thomas, Ladd, Bo Nix, Brooks, and Coleman to finish out 14.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So very similar to what he has.
I'm closer to you, Austin, but still, I think I have Knicks higher. I think I have Knicks at 109 right now.
That's fair. I mean, his pick 12 overall. He's going to start day one. Like, I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's probably the right decision, but kind of how I told you before the draft, I didn't like him, so I'm probably just going to miss out on him in most cases.
I could see getting him at 10 for me behind Worthy, but that would mean that he'd have to be ahead of Ladd, and I don't know that I can go there. So,
yeah, I understand that. Given the Ladd landing,
I'm gonna hop off. But for real, I gotta hop off. The dogs are restless. The draft's over. Like, I'm out of here.
Brian, you're amazing. Thank you so much for everything.
All right, have a great night, Austin.
You too, man.
I pass on to you the tradition of staying up till 4 a.m. with Drunk Jesse after a podcast.
Nope, because he's got me for about 2 more minutes. Then I also have to go and take care of dogs.
Brian,
yes.
I'll see you next week, brother.
Yes, you will.
All right. Thank you so much. Austin, have I told you today how much I love you, brother?
No, man. I've been waiting on that this whole podcast, so give me at least a minute of it.
Seriously, let me tell you something. You are my rock on this podcast. I appreciate you so much. You don't even understand it.
Thank you. That's very nice of you. I enjoy being on here. You're a blast. You crack me the hell up.
Seriously, though, I'm telling you, you are seriously like the most steady, constant rock of this podcast. And I was hoping, upon hope, when we got together and I asked you to do this. I mean, obviously we were, league mates and friends before this, but obviously it's come to another level. But I was hoping upon hope that like your personality and your hunger for this, would come together with what we needed, and it just has fit perfectly, man. Like when I realized that Mike wasn't going to be able to be on as much, and Chad has obviously like extreme responsibilities in his life. I was looking for somebody that like had a hunger and passion, right? And I was like, God, it's right in front of me. It's Austin. And I was hoping it would be you. And man, you have like literally fulfilled every dream that I've had for you in this podcast. And all I ask of you in the future is you just keep doing the same thing and being yourself, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it for real. The best part about everything
this is
I really
totally like from the heart.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I can tell, like for real. Even though you're not on camera, I can hear it. the best part about all that is I get done with school next week, so I can actually start putting effort towards this and
Nice.
being able to actually give more time and effort towards giving content and making it a little bit easier on you, where you don't have to figure everything out each week. So
well,
I'm
word,
excited.
that's awesome. That's awesome. So we'll talk offline about that because I have a couple things that if you have the time and the bandwidth for it, I have a couple things for you that would be amazing.
Cool. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
so
my time should free up a lot in the next. Like I said, I finished the 5th, so technically a week and a half or weekend and some change, but almost there.
holy shit, man! I made it through 4 hours. We're
did.
at 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There have been years that I have not done that.
You had to, man. Got to keep the host rock going.
Word. Well, yeah, I mean, Brian is kind of like, he's my other rock. Like, I feel like as far as podcasting goes, anything I need, I can get from Brian, and that makes him like the most amazing person in the world. So I'm gonna stop gushing, right? Because like one thing some people don't know about me is like when I have a couple beers, I'm the loving drunk. Everybody's my best friend. But seriously though, Austin, you're in the inner circle, man. Like as far as Dynasty goes, when it comes to somebody I trust, like you're in the circle.
Thank you.
There's no rankings as far as people that I trust.
No,
it's
of course not.
It's like these are the group of people I trust, and then there's everybody else.
I agree totally.
Word. And listen, if you want to trust me on trade values, I understand that because I'm trying to get some here.
I do not doubt it, and I only expect it. That's how it's supposed to be.
Word. All right, Austin. Thank you so much.
Thank
you so much for coming in.
I'm glad I got
brother.
to get on here. Got a good about an hour and a half, 2 hours in. So that's what's up. That's what I was hoping
right
for.
on, man. It was an amazing time. So next up, next week, mock draft, baby.
Oh, guys, gonna
That's
be
what's
chaos.
coming.
It is.
I mean, we have to do right.
Well, it's perfect because
post
all the drafts.
Yeah.
Yep. All our drafts will start like pretty much the day this airs next week. Will be about the time most of our drafts will be starting, so it should be perfect.
Yeah. So Memphis told me to record audio only, but I realized tonight that if I want to do live streams, I can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So next week, Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, post-draft, mock draft, live.
Let's do it.
Word. All right, y'all. Thank you for joining us. I mean, this was DWZ live via Dynasty War Games. We had Dallas Hyder. We had Austin Bell. We had Brian Ford the entire time. We had Mike Casper. We had Chad Mendoza. We had David Donaldson. I think I said that twice.
No, you didn't. You're on it.
All right. Word. This was an amazing time. We give you real analysis. We gave you fun times, windows into our real lives, and now we're out.
Peace.